Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. The formal meeting of the Richmond City Council will now come to order. Madam Clerk, if you would please read the necessary announcement regarding Spanish interpretation services that will be available at this meeting.
Spanish interpretation is available in the council chamber. Please see a representative at the rear of the room to receive the appropriate equipment. Spanish interpretation is also available through Microsoft Teams for virtual attendees in need of this service.
Thank you.
Disponemos de servicios de interpretación en español en la sala del consejo. Por favor, diríjase atrás al representante para recibir el equipo adecuado. La interpretación en español también se está poniendo a disposición a través de Microsoft Teams para los participantes virtuales que necesiten dichos servicios.
Thank you again. At this time, the invocation will be offered by Reverend Anna Ginn of Westminster Presbyterian Church, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me. Great Creator, we thank you for your presence here tonight and for the presence of all of those of great faith and of no faith who have gathered here to discern what is best for not just some of the citizens of the city of Richmond, but for all of them. We pray that a spirit of peace and unity may prevail, and that those present may be bringers of justice and lead with courage. Amen.
Madam Clerk, if you would please provide the chamber emergency evacuation announcement, followed by the public speaker guidelines.
Upon activation of the emergency alarm signal, all persons should immediately exit the building. Please use the exits to the left, right, or front of the council chamber or the east or west stairwell outside of the rear doors of the chamber. Do not use elevators or escalators. After exiting the building, proceed down the 9th Street and enter the assembly area located in the former public safety building parking lot. Able persons should assist visually in hearing impaired visitors with exiting the building. Persons wishing to speak during the public comment period or public hearings are generally allowed 3 minutes to speak. Persons appearing before council are not allowed to campaign for public office, promote private business ventures, use language of a personal nature which assaults or demeans any person, including comments directed at public officials or staff members that are not related to their official duties, or address a question staff members directly. All questions to be directed to the president of council. Failure to adhere to the guidelines may result in speakers forfeiting any remaining time and further disciplinary action as necessary, which could include barring from attendance at future meetings of the council for a period of 6 months. Members of the public who register in advance to speak virtually will be called at the appropriate time, either during the public comment period or the public hearing for the legislation on which they sign up to address. Madam President, this concludes the announcements.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And Madam President, for the record, all members of council are in attendance this evening. If there are individuals standing in the rear of the chamber, they are asked to be seated where seats are available. If there are any speakers in the designated overflow area on the first floor, they will be allowed to enter the chamber at the appropriate time to provide their public comments. Also, applause is not permitted at any time during tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you would please call the first name of the list of public comment period speakers, and we will make note that each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
The first speaker is Warren Campbell.
Hi, my name is Warren Campbell. I'm a resident of the 1st District and a community organizer with New Virginia Majority. Richmond has the 2nd highest eviction rate in the country. I will say it again, Richmond has the 2nd highest eviction rate in the country. Landlords are able to price gouge tenants and rent out living spaces with mold and pest infestations because they are allowed to. This should be deeply shameful to our city government. When we allow these problems to fester, we are showing our lack of priorities. If we do not take a holistic approach to solving our housing crisis, Richmond families will continue to be displaced. We must find solutions to help people that live here now, and they must be accessible to everyone. Building new homes will alleviate a mathematical problem of supply and demand, but new construction takes time that many Richmonders do not have. One singular, unplanned, unexpected expense can throw a family directly into crisis and into a cycle of eviction. Our city must help them in as many different ways as possible. A historic crisis calls for historic action from the city. Our mayor, Dr. Danny Avula, campaigned pretty heavily on solving the housing crisis. Here are some of those focus areas from his affordable housing work plan. To strengthen protections, resources available for our most vulnerable
30
residents.
seconds.
To break the cycle of evictions and address the needs of our unhoused population, to counter the impact of displacement on long-term residents. This last quote is from February 3rd, 2025. The water crisis was not the only challenge we'll face us in the coming years, and Richmonders deserve a robust and resilient family crisis fund to help meet those future challenges together. I do hope that when we think of the city we can build for ourselves, that council prioritizes the most vulnerable.
That is your time.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
There is no applause during any point of the meeting. Thank you. The next speaker is Anna Makowicz. Anna Makowicz. The next speaker is Kimberly Myris.
Two minutes, huh? All right. In 2016, excuse me, can you give me a second? 'Do you want to just skip over me and then I'll come back? Because this shut off on me for some reason.
Yes, please.
Okay, and can I stand over here?
We'll call you back.
The next speaker is Charletta F. Shorts.
Good evening. My name is Charlita Shorts, and I live in the 8th District. I am here tonight to talk about the treasurer's position, which usually appears on our ballot. The duties of the treasurer were transferred to the finance department many, many years ago. The treasurer's office should have been closed at the end of the elected term in which the change was made, but was not. The Richmond Times-Dispatch reported in 2017 that the city's treasurer's office had no tax collection authority. The treasurer provided a free public notary service and prepared federal and state tax filings for people who sought help. A quote from the treasurer: "There wasn't a requirement, but I've tried to busy myself and busy the office because you can't just be in a place and not have work," end quote. So the person elected to the treasurer's position does whatever he or she chooses to do and receives a salary just like other employees. How can this be acceptable? It is hard to believe that we have been financing an office all these years that has no relevant function in our city government. This is a royal giveaway that
30
we
seconds.
cannot afford and a blatant misuse of funds. I am asking you to finally correct this injustice to the Richmond citizens and not allow this non-position on our ballot and reject this extreme financial waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shorts.
Ms.
Madam-
Myris, are you ready?
It's
Okay.
my, yes, Councilmember Trammell. I'm sorry, Councilmember Lynch.
This is just a point of order. May I make a suggestion if the members are amenable to it and ask our clerk to call the public speakers two at a time? That way the other
That would be great.
individual behind them has time to get up. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. Madam Clerk, if you would.
So this
after-
next speaker after Ms. Myris is Selden Richardson.
Okay, good evening. In 2016, Richmond participated in the USDOT Smart City Challenge. And then soon thereafter, the Guide for Growth, Richmond 300, was born. I only have 2 minutes, so I'm going to chop it down a little bit. Some of the 6 big moves that are mentioned in the plan, when it says rewrite zoning ordinances, that AKA that's build big tech savvy buildings that are expensive to maintain. The second one is to reimagine priority growth nodes. This sounds to me a lot like the investment will be concentrated where it already pretty much is. And then the third one is reconnect the city. In other words, encourage people not to have personal vehicles. And I also did have some questions about the surveillance that really is not mentioned in Richmond 300. I know there was some, I guess, talk about it several years ago when the BRT system was put in. I wasn't here for that, but I did speak with someone today. So I just want to stress that there is more work to be done before we start pouring money into transforming Richmond. Critical challenges our city faces continue to go unaddressed, while our elected officials propose and fund luxuries before listening to the people's concerns. To close, on January 13th, I attended the City Hall meeting here at 6 p.m. Earlier that day, around noon, the overflow inclement
30
weather
seconds.
shelter across the street was cleared of its inhabitants. Those unsheltered were sleeping on the sidewalks as we exited the building. There is no plans for them, but pay for city employees is on the rise. Departments are failing audits, personal accountability, and transparency is absent. Basic infrastructure is crumbling, and although there is no new data, Richmond's eviction crisis is still in full force. My final question is, when will we, the people, come first?
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Richardson. And then following Mr. Richardson is Chuck Epps and Charles Willis.
My name is Selden Richardson, and I'm a local author and historian, but more importantly, a Richmond taxpayer. The photograph that you've been given is of with a building with a hole through the roof is the 1911 West Ham train station, currently a Richmond property on Robin Hood Road. For 23 years, the city of Richmond has ignored this building, has locked it up and let it rot. This is a technique called demolition by neglect, which is where an entity allows a building, often a historic resource, to decay to the point it has to be torn down for public safety. Demolition by neglect is the same technique that allowed the Lee Street Armory to sit as a roofless ruin in the middle of Jackson Ward for generations. Demolition by neglect is how Virginia Union University intends to rid themselves of the former Richmond Community Hospital on their campus. I understand the former Westham Station is being added to the list of most endangered sites in Virginia. And who is endangering the former train station? What indifferent owner, what callous corporate entity would possibly let something like this happen? From where is this threat coming? The threat, ladies and gentlemen, is coming from you, Richmond City Council, and your predecessors, who have allowed this to happen over the years and have ignored this problem. In January, I sent letters by registered mail to the mayor and director of the Richmond Department of Economic Development, urging them to act and urging them to do something, anything, in the spirit of demolition by neglect. I never heard from them. This week, I again wrote to these two gentlemen and
30
volunteered to
seconds.
personally start a GoFundMe page to raise $10,000 for emergency stabilization of the roof of this building. The building has been moved before. It can be moved again. Give it back to Henrico, an entity with a keen appreciation of its past, or somewhere, but do not perpetuate this cynical policy of demolition by neglect until it's too late. The people of Richmond, Richmond taxpayers, deserve better from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
The next two speakers are Chuck Epps and Charles Willis.
Hi, my name is Charles Epps. I live in Ginter Park in the 3rd District. I'm here tonight to urge members of council to please get involved with the Fall Line Trail project. This is the regional project to build a bike path or bike road from Ashland to Petersburg. Most area residents, including me, think the trail is a great idea and think it will be a wonderful asset for the entire community. But there are problems with this trail. Among the chief problems are a lack of meaningful public input and engagement with residents and the piecemeal approach the city, the Department of Public Works, is taking to approach this project. This is a 14-segment trail that's going to go through Richmond and is about 13 or 14 miles of new pavement that's going to be laid. The few public meetings that have been held about this trail have been very sparsely attended because they were just people did not realize that these meetings were being held. And so there's been very little public input. And this trail is going to go through nearly every one of you all's districts in the city. And it's going to impact your residents. Traffic, intersections, is it going to go on private property? Is it going to go on surface streets? Those kinds of details have yet to be revealed by the department. And the department really doesn't even have funding yet for all these segments of the trail or comprehensive planner. So
30 seconds.
I'm here to ask you to please get engaged as quickly as possible in this project and understand and learn what's going on in your district with this project. Because if you do not get engaged, your constituents are likely to wind up like the ones in the 3rd District. And that is they're marginalized by an uncompromising trail advocacy group whose MO is my way or the highway, and who deliberately and quite frankly, dishonestly.
That is your time.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Epps.
you.
Madam President, Vice President, and members of City Council, Charles Willis, Executive Director of United Communities Against Crime. I come to bring to your attention something that you're already aware of, and that's, of course, the state of our city. 4 issues or 4 main topics I want to share with you is education, housing, homelessness, and then crime. And I'm going to be very brief because I don't want to be cut off. Education is a necessity. Those of you are right now, those that are teachers, be mindful that it was your profession that taught the other professions how to read and write. So education is a necessity. It's very important, and we ask that you support our superintendent and support education, public education especially. When it comes to housing, we know that we have a housing crisis in Richmond. We're constantly building, but we ask for affordable housing, but really we need housing that is affordable. Again, let me share that. We talk about affordable housing, but we really need housing that is affordable. So as we look and we allow developers to come into our city to work on property, to build housing, make sure that they continue to work with our citizens and our community that the housing becomes affordable for those that live in the area. Homelessness. Of course, you know, tomorrow is the last day. Our continuum of care, that's it. We don't know where they're going, where they're going to be, where they're sleeping, where they're going, but that is a necessity. And I know that council have worked hard on those initiatives. I know that Human Services work hard on them, but still, we do not know it. Maybe
30
they know.
seconds.
Maybe they know, maybe you all may know, but the citizens as a whole does not know what's going to happen to the homeless, those that are homeless. And then crime. Crime is at an all-time going crazy in Richmond. I'm not going to talk about any type of funding for the crime issues because that's coming during budget season, but I do want to remind you that the Trauma Healing Response Network is here because you all haven't deployed us to do the work. So again, God bless you and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Willis.
And Madam President, the last two speakers are Morgan Hafer and Anna Makowicz. Mr. Hafer, if you would use the mic
Oh, sorry.
right there. Thank
My
you.
name is, okay. Sorry, my name is Morgan Hafer. Live in the first district. I want to talk to you tonight about bike safety. There seems to be a lack of it, but there's no lack of planners and time and millions of dollars spent on bike safety. The lovely lawn sign that as the city is now posting around lawns is not the sign that drivers can see to avoid cyclists. It's not the sign that educates the public that there's a 3 feet law that has been on the books since 2013, 2014, since Laney Khrushchevsky was killed on River Road. I don't know what we're paying our planners to do, but sit in an office while people who ride bikes like me, who run business in the city, who understands economic development, like the UCI 2015 bike race that was supposed to bring $158 million in return revenue to the city, but brought $3.9 million, while LeVar Stoney's administration is still in DPW with six-figure jobs. I don't know who's the expert on biking here. A bunch of people who don't ride bikes and want to put in lawn signs for bike safety, or people who actually ride bikes and have lost loved ones and friends over decades of riding bikes just because they choose to do something smarter and safer than everybody else. Or it should be smarter and safer, but apparently not here in Richmond, where our fine people at DPW with $100,000 a year salaries, mind you, are
30 seconds.
Spending decades doing nothing. I could spend 6 months with all the artists and mural people in this town and make progress and make awareness and do all these things. We have a marketing agency and the DPW with six-figure salaries. Where's the money going?
Mr. Hafer,
We need
could you
accountability.
stay
We need bike
focused in
safety.
terms of your
Thank you very
comment,
much
please?
for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm just going to briefly mention two issues that are of concern to me and other individuals in the area. So the first one is the issue of people being unsheltered. I am not sure what the status is at the mayor's office and what the city council has been doing to still continue to ensure there's access to shelters. I would be interested in more information about that. I know that there has been some other discussion concerning that, but I'm uncertain as to what is still being done or what is still permitted in that regard. The second issue is the RVA Green Initiative. Again, I am not certain as to what the status of that is. There have been a number of people that have been interested in access to green spaces, and I'm not really certain, again, what City Council has been doing or what City Council can still do in this regard, and I'd be interested in some transparency regarding where these initiatives stand. That is all. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Makowicz.
And Madam President, that concludes the list of the public comment period speakers for this evening.
Thank you. And thank everyone who came to provide public comment this evening. Mr. Clerk, let's move on to review any amendments to tonight's agenda.
Yes, Madam President, the proposed amendments to tonight's agenda are as follows. Item 1, ordinance 2024-312 will be continued to the Monday, May 12th council meeting. Item 2, ordinance 2025-025 will be continued to the Monday, April 28th council meeting. Item 3, ordinance 2025-044 will be continued to the Monday, May 12th council meeting, and referred to the May 6th City Planning Commission meeting for recommendation. And item 4, ordinance 2025-045 will be continued to the Monday, May 12th council meeting and referred to the May 6th City Planning Commission meeting for recommendation. Item 5, ordinance 2025-046 will be continued to the Monday, April 28th council meeting. And lastly, item 7, ordinance 2025-048 will be continued to the Monday, April 28th council meeting. Madam President, those are all the amendments to tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Council is voting on this evening agenda amendments as presented. Mr. Breton,
Aye.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Robertson, Ms. Lynch,
Aye.
Ms. Trammell,
Aye.
Ms. Abu Bakr,
Aye.
Vice President Jordan,
Aye.
and President Newbill.
Aye.
That motion was approved.
The consent agenda consists of the following items. Item 6, ordinance 2025-047. Item 8, ordinance 2025-049. Item 9, ordinance 2025-050. And item 10, ordinance 2025-051. Those are all the items on tonight's consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now have a public hearing on the consent agenda items. Are there persons present in the audience at this time who are desirous of speaking in opposition to any of the items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, are there persons that are present this evening in the audience desirous of speaking in favor of any item on the consent agenda? Seeing none, Madam Clerk or Mr. Clerk, do we have any persons who've joined us virtually desirous of speaking to any item on the consent agenda?
Madam President, we do not.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Bring it back to council for any discussion. Seeing none, Madam Clerk or Mr. Clerk, if you would call the question.
Council is voting on tonight's consent agenda as stated. Mr. Breton,
Aye.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Robertson, Ms. Lynch,
Aye.
Ms. Trammell,
Aye.
Ms. Abu Bakr,
Aye.
Vice President Jordan,
Aye.
President Newbill.
Aye.
Those papers have been adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to the budget-related papers for this evening.
The budget-related ordinances are item 11, ordinance number 2025-057 through item 17, ordinance number 2025-063. And those papers are before council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we will hold a public hearing on the proposed budget ordinances. Again, there will be 2 minutes for comment. And Madam Clerk, I believe you'll start with the persons who signed up and or called in, and the first 10 persons and then the next 10, et cetera.
Okay. The first 10 speakers are as follows, and when you hear your name, if you would form an orderly line in the center aisle. The first speaker is Martin Wegbright. The next speaker is Robert Waltonbaugh. The third speaker is Derek Redwine. The fourth speaker is Marvin Gilliam. The fifth speaker is Warren Campbell. The sixth speaker is Andrea Stiegmeyer. The seventh speaker is Beverly Ross. The eighth speaker is Donna Logwood. The ninth speaker is Denise Rhymes. And the 10th speaker is Minister Joseph L. Coleman, Jr.
Good evening. I'm Martin Wegbright with Richmonders Involved to Strengthen Our Communities, or RISC. The proposed budget before you cut $200,000 from the eviction diversion program, a cut of 20%. that would deny help to 67 families facing eviction. It also cuts $800,000 from the mobile home repair program, a 100% cut that would deny help to another 67 families living in unhealthy and dangerous conditions. The proposed budget fails to follow your 2021 ordinance requiring all revenue from expiring property tax abatements go toward the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This failure to put the money as required by law robs $8.2 million from the trust fund for the next budget year and denies help to hundreds of families needing affordable housing. The proposed budget also continues a wacky affordable housing bond program to sell $50 million in bonds and pay $35 million in interest to wealthy bondholders. This is truly Robin Hood in reverse. A caring city should not balance its budget
You have
on
30
the backs of the
seconds.
poor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rob Waltenbaugh. I am a member of RISC from Bon Air Presbyterian Church. Children living in Richmond are getting sick from unhealthy homes. Damp indoor spaces cause respiratory infections and asthma. Structural damage from water leaking in leads to mold and the infestation of rodents. Yes, rodents. All of which produce allergens that aggravate asthma. Infants and young children breathe faster and take in more air than adults and are thus more exposed to mold, causing long-term cognitive defects. Long-term severe asthma can result in the inability to sleep well, difficulty to perform at work or at their schools, absence from their work or their schools, hospitalization, and yes, even death here in our city. Putting $1 million for mobile home repairs will make our children much healthier and much safer. I ask all of City Council to support this budget amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Derek Starr Redwine, pastor at First Presbyterian Church and resident of the 4th District. I'm here as part of RISC tonight to speak to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This past year at a mayoral candidates forum hosted by RISC, then candidate Avula said the following, and I quote, "Clearly we just need to invest in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Not only because it's the right thing to do, but because our fine friends on City Council made it law. We need to do the law. That's a clear directive to me," end quote. Candidate Avula said he would follow the law. Mayor Avula is not. And so we are asking you to help us hold the mayor accountable to the law by amending the budget to include in it the dedicated stream of funding that by law should be there for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Each of you and all of you have the power to hold the mayor accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am going to ask that folks will speak to the item that you want to provide comment on and not to staff specific or administration specific, your item. Welcome, Reverend.
Good to see you. Good evening. My name is Marvin Gilliam. I serve as a pastor of the Mount Carmel Baptist Church in the 7th District, as well as the co-president for Richmonders involved in strengthening our communities. In multiple meetings over the last 4 months and at our Nehemiah Action, $800,000 was committed in the budget for mobile home repairs by the mayor. The budget does not reflect this commitment, and the administration claims that the money should have been committed would be diverted to a project called Eden's Village for the unhoused. While this project is part of meeting the housing needs of our community, It also does not meet the needs of our neighbors who are suffering with the unhealthy and unacceptable living conditions in the mobile home parks. In fact, the residents of these mobile home parks have not been consulted or included in this new direction that the city is taking. No member of our community should be considered voiceless or invisible. No member of our community should be considered voiceless or invisible. Any long-term solution must include their voices in the decision as to what is best for them, their families, and their communities. Long-term solutions are necessary, and our neighbors are currently living in need and need our
30
help
seconds.
today. So in the meantime, I'm strongly encouraging each member of council tonight to support the budget amendment that has been submitted for $1 million to fund the repair of mobile homes. These families need our collective help now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Warren Campbell. I'm a resident of the 1st District. I know I was just up here, so I'll keep it brief. I would like to voice my support for any and all amendments for extra funding to the Family Crisis Fund. 78% of people that utilize the Housing Crisis Fund apply it directly towards rent. And while we are building our housing supply, we still have people that live here. And we have many people who are on the fringe of losing their living space. And I've heard from many people around the city and on city council just at a work session the other day. A representative from the 4th District, Ms. Abu Bakr, said that people in the city are breaking, and it's true. And I think that we have too high of rents and wages are not going up with those rents. I understand affordable housing is the driver, but housing takes some time to build. So please, please support the amendment to add more funding to the Family Crisis Fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm number 7. I don't know. All right. Hello, I am Beverly Ross, a risk team leader from Sacred Heart Catholic Church, South Richmond. Many of my fellow parishioners live in mobile homes in South Richmond, homes that are virtually unlivable and extremely unhealthy. I am an advanced practice registered nurse and mother. As a nurse and mother, I am appalled at the conditions of mold, mildew, and extremes in temperatures that they and their children are experiencing. Children especially have a greater likelihood of developing asthma and other serious respiratory diseases. These families need help now. Waiting only prolongs their suffering and worsening of their health. I am sure that no one wants that for any human being. I am asking that all city council members support Councilmember Gibson's amendment for $1 million for mobile home repair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Donna Lockwood, risk member with Second Baptist Southside. There were several stories told during the risk house meetings this past fall. One of the stories I'm going to share with you was by one of my fellow risk members. Her niece is living in a motel with her 3-year-old daughter because she cannot afford the cost of rent and the cost of childcare. She's applied everywhere. And after months and months, she got finally put on a list, but she's way down on that list. She's getting depressed, and I am worried for her. Council members, we have a solution for stories like these, and it's already the law. And I'm calling on each and every one of you to follow the law. Follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam President, would you like me to go back and call the 3 names of persons who did not appear in the line?
Sure, that would be great.
Andrea Stegmeyer, Denise Rhymes, or Minister Joseph L. Coleman Jr. All right, seeing no one approach, we will move on to the next 10 speakers. The 11th speaker is Alex Krieger. Martha Harper is the 12th speaker. The 13th speaker is Myrie Renwick. The 14th speaker is Ralph Hodge. The 15th speaker is Janice Lacey. The 16th speaker is Nancy Nelson. The 17th speaker is Christopher Malone. The 18th speaker is Charles Robbins. The 19th speaker is Talita White. And the 20th speaker is Brenda Hawkins.
Good evening. My name is Alex Krieger. I'm a pastor at Bon Air Presbyterian and a resident of the 4th District of Richmond. I'm speaking to you all today asking all of the City Council members to support putting $1 million toward mobile home repairs. Their families who live in our mobile homes need a real solution. It has been mentioned that Eden Village is a similar solution, and while I love the idea of Eden Village, and I hope that we offer something for our chronically unhoused single adults, it is not a solution for the families who are living in our mobile homes. Eden Village is for individual adults who are chronically unhoused and who have disabilities. Our neighbors who live in these mobile homes are not unhoused. They have homes that need real repairs. They're not one person. The average family that lives in these mobile homes is a family of 3, and many have more than 3 in them. And they are definitely not individual adults. Half of our mobile home residents are children. Children right now living and growing and trying to go to school in unhealthy homes. Children who can be made much healthier by you all and your support for these much needed repairs. We need real action and real funds to help these families right now. And we thank you for putting $1 million in the 2026 budget for mobile home repairs.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Martha Harper. I'm a member of Holy Rosary Catholic Church and Risk and live in Churchill. I'm speaking today because our mayor expressed concern that the mobile home repair program is not a long-term solution, implying that it would waste money. But this is not an either-or situation. It is both and. When I tore my meniscus at the root, the long-term solution was surgery and physical therapy, but that took months to prepare for and save for. In the short term, a $45 knee brace stabilized me from further damage. Richmond's low-income mobile home families need short-term help now, even as we work on long-term solutions. A true long-term plan must prioritize children's ability to consistently attend school, do homework in safe, dry homes, and envision a future beyond survival. Neglecting immediate repairs means more families falling into chronic homelessness and adds to future cycles of poverty, illness, and despair. We cannot afford to ignore the present problem. Please support the amendment to provide $1 million in fiscal 2026 for mobile home repair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Reverend Mari Rennick. I'm a risk member and the chaplain of Union Presbyterian Seminary in the north side of Richmond. I want to stress the need today for a dedicated stream for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. If we follow the law, the funds will grow each year and not be capped like our bonds programs. Indeed, according to the Davenport report, by 2033, over $17 million will be going into the fund. And unlike the bonds, this money does not have to be paid back. Bonds have to be paid back. In essence, it will cost the city money. It doesn't make sense to burden an already strapped cash for city with more debt. We need a dedicated stream. This is why we are calling upon you all to follow this law and put the $8.2 million in the budget that by law is already supposed to be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Ralph Hodge, and I have served the Second Baptist Church of South Richmond on Broad Rock Boulevard for the past 22 years, and I have been a member of the RISK organization for over 20 years, and I'm the current vice president. RISK is here, as you have heard, concerning two issues: the funding for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and money for the Mobile Home Repair Program. With regards to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, we want the city to follow the law, because this fund in particular has rules that require it to use 30% of the fund to help families who make 30% or less of the average median income. Those are the families and members of our community that are the most vulnerable and the most likely to face eviction. This fund can help provide housing that meets the needs for those making 30% of the average median income or less. The other issue is the mobile home repair program. A few years ago, that issue came up in one of our 70 house meetings that we do across the city. It wasn't a new issue, but we found out that more and more members of our community were dealing with excruciating heat in the summer and unbearable cold temperatures during the winter. They were also facing constant leaky roofs and mold that was affecting their children. After research and discussion with local nonprofits, we learned that there was a way to help our residents. We approached the previous administration and members of council during COVID to appropriate monies to help repair homes so
30
folks
seconds.
could get some relief. What we're asking tonight, because our mayor on March 14th said our goal is to keep at least $800,000 in the budget. On March 25th, he said, I will put another $800,000 towards this program. We even have a YouTube video that shows this. We're asking tonight that you support Councilperson Gibson's amendment for $1 million for the mobile home repair program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janice Lacey. I'm a member of RISK and also a member of Ebenezer Baptist Church, and I live in the 3rd District. May I remind the council of the ordinance that you passed 4 years ago. According to section 12-46 of that ordinance, when payments are made to the city of real estate taxes arising from the expiration of exemptions, the Director of Finance shall credit the difference between the full taxation amount and the exemption amount to a special reserve assigned to support the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Thank you in advance for following the law.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Nelson. I'm a resident of the 4th District. I'm also a member of RISK from Congregation Oramy for over 20 years. As a graduate of Richmond Public Schools, lifelong citizen of Richmond City, and a retired educator, 8 years were spent in RPS. I've had many students living in less than ideal or adequate housing and/or were homeless. The ramifications of that, which I have observed, include social, academic, physical, and mental health issues, all of which affect the children's success in school. These students did and do not have control over their home environment, but yet are the victims who have been presented with daily challenges and obstacles that their peers in stable, safe homes do not face. This often isolates them further because it makes them feel more different. Their school attendance for the aforementioned challenges is also adversely affected, creating more struggles as they get further and further behind in school. As we know, students who struggle in school oftentimes continue to have struggles in life, in all aspects of their lives. This is why something needs to be done now to repair mobile homes to a level where they are healthy and safe. These youth and their families can't afford the time or the health to wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Charles Robbins, a risk member from the Cathedral of the Sacred Heart Catholic Church and a resident of the 2nd District. As Council well understands, the affordable housing crisis continues to worsen, and City administration has not followed Section 1246 of the City Code since it was enacted some years back, which would designate funding to address this crisis. This year, that designated stream of funds is approximately $8.2 million. In a recent report to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board from the City Department of Housing and Community Development, Director Merrick Malone urged that Section 1246 not only be followed, but amended to ensure that the designated stream of funds is in fact allocated to the trust fund. I have copies of a one-page excerpt from Mr. Malone's report that as a reminder for council members. As you consider the 2026 budget, I respectfully ask that you make certain that this $8.2 million is in fact included. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Talita White, and I'm a resident of the 9th District. And I want to take a moment to share my sincere gratitude for the eviction diversion program and the incredible support that I've received from Mrs. M. Jones and the Southside Community Development and Housing. Being on a fixed income, it's not been easy to stay ahead of bills and financial responsibilities. But this program has truly been a lifeline. With their guidance, I've been able to get my bills in order and begin to feel some peace of mind again. I was current on my rent up until the water crisis, and that's how I found myself in this predicament. More than just financial assistance, they have empowered me by teaching me how to budget and plan ahead, skills that I can now carry with confidence into my daily life. It's been more than just help, it's been hope. This program is a blessing, and I want to make sure that their efforts do not go unrecognized. Because of the impact they've had on me, I want to extend my hand and to help others who may be in similar situations. If you or someone
30
you know
seconds.
might qualify for this kind of support, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you again to the eviction program, to Ms. Jones, and to everyone who makes this kind of assistance possible. Please support the eviction diversion program.
Thank you.
Madam President, I'm requesting to speak on behalf of Brenda Hawkins. She fell seriously ill right before this was to take place, and she handed me over her.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. Brenda Hawkins is from 2nd Baptist, and she's a risk leader. 2nd Baptist Southside. At our mayoral candidates forum, Mayor Vula said he would truly listen to residents and communities, especially with the vulnerable and the marginalized citizens in mind. Ensure the voices of the vulnerable are at the table, re-earn the trust of the communities and citizens of Richmond. By law, the budget is required to have $8.2 million in it from expiring tax abatements. That $8.2 million is to go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We cannot continue to disregard the law. There was over 2,200 people, residents rather, Many who are vulnerable and marginalized gathered in one place and cried out to the mayor to follow the law. Put the 8.2 million in the budget. We impress on you all, council members, follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, the next 10 speakers are as follows. The 21st speaker is Beverly Bryant, and I will add that if you guys get shuffled in order, that is okay, but just appear in the center aisle once your name is called. So Beverly Bryant, Autumn Fair, Paulina Moreno, Sharon Gilbert, Kyrie Seals, Latrice Gregory, Tawanda China, Cynthia Williams Bay, Allison Kaler Masavasut, Nawat Kaler Masavasut, approach.
Good evening. I'm Beverly Bryant. I'm a member of RISC and also of St. Elizabeth's Catholic Church in the 6th District. When we neglect our neighbors who are suffering, we are only hurting ourselves. Those who struggle spend most of their time surviving. They are neglected resources. Those who struggle with basic needs have very little time, money, and opportunity to take part in their children's school, their church, go to the doctor, and much less maintain a mobile home. We are neglecting them. We are missing a vital opportunity to benefit from their potential contributions to a better life for all of us. They are invaluable. We have a faith calling to love God and love our neighbors. Besides, isn't this a crisis? With no funds allocated in the 2026 budget for the repair of mobile homes. We beg you, please, pass Councilwoman Kenya Gibson's budget amendment for $1 million for mobile home repairs in the 2026 budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Autumn Fair with RISC from First Unitarian Universalist Church of Richmond. In 2023, Davenport Public Finance provided calculations of expiring tax abatements that by ordinance unanimously passed in 2021 by City Council are to go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. But the city administration did not follow the ordinance. And the abatements from the first 3 years, 2.3 million, 3.8 million, and 6.5 million did not go to the trust fund. And the fiscal year 2026 abatements of 8.2 million are still not going to the trust fund in the proposed budget before you. This flouts the law that council passed and neglects people suffering at the lowest income level. So I'm calling on each of you to ensure the 8.2 million is included in the budget to go to the trust fund. It's the law.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Paulina, los que no me conocen.
Good afternoon. My name is Paulina.
Estoy aquí nuevamente porque quería hablar con frente de todo de ustedes, ¿verdad?
I'm here again because I wanted to express in front of all of you.
Y yo quería hablar sobre los que no ha escuchado y nosotros de situación donde estamos viviendo.
because I wanted to share the story of those that have not spoken here.
Yo sé que es difícil que cada uno de ustedes entre en nuestro hogar, pero el alcalde David, él pudo ver con su propio ojo cómo está el condición donde estamos viviendo.
I know it's not possible that you come to each of our homes and see how we live, but I know that I can share some of the stories here with you.
Para mí se hace difícil si yo le pidiera, por supuesto, 2 millones, pero yo sé que para ustedes es mucho trabajo, ¿verdad?
I know it will be hard if I ask for $2 million. I know there is a lot of work that has to be done.
Pero quiero pedir un favor y si pudiera ser como 1 millón para ayudar más familia que necesita.
But I do want to ask for at least $1 million to help the families that are in need.
Porque los que han recibido ayuda están muy contentos y los que falta pues están tristes de esta situación. Muchísimas gracias a todos con su tiempo. Solo eso es lo que yo quería hablar a frente de todos ustedes.
Because the ones that receive the help, they are enjoying their life, but the rest that we didn't get to have the assistance, we are wondering what will happen to us. So thank you for your time.
Muchas gracias.
Good evening, council members. My name is Twanda Chanda, and I oversee the RFCC Academy, which is nestled in the heart of the Richmond city, in the communities of Fulton Hill and the Montrose Heights communities. As a provider, I'm here just to advocate for the early childhood education, early childhood care and education trust fund. We are certainly encouraged to hear that we are in the proposed budget for the $5,000 to keep this this actual fund going. And I wanted to share a couple of things, but because of this investment, I am able to support 5 or more children, their families in this program, which allows the parents who want to return back to the workforce and give them the opportunity to attend school and to acquire the needed skills as well as the education required to be even the more marketable. Now, overall, this program has been a significant asset and a great way to spend our city dollars. Investing in our children at a young age, it is crucial for their future. I am, too, one that was a child of the city, and I do understand firsthand how when you invest in their future early, and that how the outcome, it can be an overwhelming outcome that will help them for lasting as far as their generations and the generations to come. I'm a firm believer in raising up the foundation of many generations. So once you reach
30
out
seconds.
once you reach out to one generation, then it goes on and it trickles into their families, etc. So in this right here, I just wanted to tell you, thank you so much for that. Even though it is a cut from the original investment of $1 million, I want to thank you for this opportunity and thank you for investing in our future. And if I was one of the children, and because they are voiceless, that I would say thank you for investing in my education, investing in my future, so that
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sharon Gilbert, and I'm the Administrative Office Associate at William Fox Elementary School and a proud REA member. I'm truly concerned about the proposed RPS budget for the upcoming fiscal year. It does not allocate sufficient funds to honor our collective bargaining agreements between us and REA. The RPS budget hasn't been clear or transparent, which to me says that we need some checks and balances. Obviously, I know that's not your fault, but I encourage the council to consider performing audits of the RPS budget to eliminate future confusion. And by the way, I do support Kenya Gibson's budget amendment. I've been getting into good trouble advocating and fighting and standing in the gap for those who did not want to stand up for themselves to ensure that administrative office associates and office associates school-based be compensated for all that we do. And we're only 1 year into our 3-year agreement. And it's baffling as we thought we were on our way to getting better wages for better working conditions. But supposedly, as of this morning, some changes were made. So again, checks and balances. The importance of these agreements cannot be overstated. They are fundamental to ensuring fair compensation, working conditions, and benefits for not only us, but our educators, bus drivers, custodians, school nutrition staff, and other licensed professionals who play an essential role in shaping the future of our children and community. By not adequately funding these agreements, we risk undermining the morale and stability of our educational force. Please, I ask that you reconsider the budget allocations to include the necessary funds to fulfill our collective bargaining agreements. And what kind of return do you expect to receive from us if we're not properly invested in? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allie Kaler Masavisu. I am a risk member from Discovery United Methodist Church, and I'm speaking in support of Council Member Gibson's amendment for $1 million. Our mayor has continuously said that he wants to prioritize the marginalized during his administration. He campaigned on this and promised to listen to his constituents. He even went to the mobile homes that need repair to see the need for himself. But then he wrote a budget, and as it is currently written, there is no help for this community, not a single dollar for mobile home repair. After showing so much effort to center the marginalized, he's now pushed this community to the side without any assistance to address their needs. The budget is a moral document. It puts our city's priorities in writing and in dollars. It matters. Mayor Avula made a commitment in front of 2,250 people to budget funds for the mobile home repair program. Please join us in holding him accountable to this, to keep his promise, by supporting Councilmember Gibson's amendment for $1 million for mobile home repair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pai Nawat Kaler Masawisit, and I am a risk member from Discovery United Methodist Church. 3 weeks ago, I attended the Nehemiah Action and where the mayor was present, and I heard this general reluctance sentiment when it comes to funding the mobile home repair. And this reluctance was due to the need for the long-term solution. That I understand. I also understand that if we are not doing something right now, there are long-term consequences to our families and their health and to their children and their health and growing up. So we may think that our action right now may be costing too much, although $1 million is only 0.1% of the budget. Know that our inaction toward it will cost us more in the end. Or think about it in a different way. This situation being a short-term solution have a positive, tremendous positive long-term impacts on the people and the suffering of our neighbors. So I'm here to support the budget amendment by Council Member Gibson for $1 million toward the mobile home repair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Latrice Gregory, and I am 51 years old. I work as a city contractor cleaner at the Southside Social Service Building, where I serve as a day porter. My job is to keep the building clean and sanitized, making sure it smells nice and is comfortable and healthy place for everyone. I take pride in what I do because I know we all share the same space and want to work in a clean and safe environment. But the reality is the pay just isn't enough to get by. Over a year ago, I was in a traumatic accident and had to undergo several surgeries. During that time, I couldn't work, and without an income, I lost my apartment. Since then, I have been living with my daughter and her 4 children. I love them so much, but as you can imagine, it gets crowded in their apartment. I can't even afford to rent a 1-bedroom apartment of my own. I tried to help out as best I can, paying what I can toward her rent and covering bills when I can. But honestly, the money I make barely gets me through the month. I can't even afford to go see a dentist. What makes it even harder is that as a city contractor worker, we don't receive any benefits. No paid sick leave, no holiday pay. And when the city closes for a holiday, city workers still get paid, but we don't. Thanksgiving and Christmas come around, and while city employees are able to get paid time off and enjoy the holidays with their families, we're left with
30
nothing.
seconds.
I cleaned 12 bathrooms and I sanitized the building to make sure everything is running smoothly. Recently, the city raised the minimum wage to 20 an hour for city employees, but as a city contractor worker, I was left out. It's frustrating and unfair. We work just as hard as anyone else in the buildings, yet we're treated differently. Many of my fellow coworkers have moved on, found other jobs because the pay just.
That is your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kyrie Fields, and I'm 23 years old. I worked as an armed security officer for the city of Richmond, providing security at Broad Rock Library and Hall Street Library. In order to earn a little more, I even paid for my own firearm license to qualify for a higher pay rate. Despite the extra effort, though, the pay is not enough and the financial struggle is real. I live with my mother, and I do my best to help her by covering bills like cable and rent when I can, but it's still a constant challenge. I don't receive any benefits, no paid sick days or vacation holidays. And it makes everything even harder. Just a few weeks ago, I got hit with a stomach bug and I had to go to work sick because my employer requires that I give 4 hours notice if I can't make it in that day. I woke up throwing up, but I couldn't give that notice in time, so I was told I would lose an entire week of pay if I didn't show up. So I pushed through and went to work sick because I can't afford to miss any hours. All I want is to be able to stand on my own 2 feet. I want to be able to get out of my mother's house, build financial stability, and finally start my adult life. But with the current wage, that's nearly impossible. The rising cost of living continues to outpace my pay, and I feel stuck. As we are recently, the city raised the minimum wage to $20 an hour for its workers, but as a city contractor worker, I was left out. It doesn't make sense. I work hard every day doing my part to keep the community safe, but I'm still not treated the same as any city employees. It's not fair. As we are organizing to be part of a union, to be able to have a voice
30 seconds.
on the job, I'm asking the City of Richmond Council to amend the budget and include city contracted workers like me in the living wage. We do the work that helps the city and the basics, and getting a car, doing all of this will help me do the basics like getting a car and get out of my mother's house. And the city must ensure that all workers in our city are treated with dignity and respect through fair pay. We deserve a chance to thrive, not just survive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Cynthia Williams Bay, and I'm the regional CEO and director of Heaven Sent Childcare. We serve families in the Jackson Ward 3rd District from 6 a.m. to 12 midnight. And as a provider who receives funding from the City of Richmond's Early Childhood Care and Education Fund, I was really excited and encouraged to see that the mayor's proposed budget included $500,000 to keep this going. While we are all excited about the continuance of the $500,000, we definitely would love to see the original $1 million that was promised. Because of this investment, I've been able to assist 11 single mothers that were having complications securing work due to the year-long waiting list for the Department of Social Services Child Care Subsidy. Not only did this investment allow these moms to get back to work, but I was also able to give a few of the moms jobs until they were able to find stable employment. Not only because of that, I was also able to raise some of my staff's salary, who are community members of the City of Richmond, so that way they will have a workable, livable wage. I ask that you all please continue to protect this investment and please consider increasing it to the $1 million because, again, while we're thankful of the $500,000,
30 seconds.
we definitely need more funds to sustain our centers. Thank you so much, and thank y'all for y'all leadership.
Thank you.
The next 10 speakers are as follows: Justine Blinko, Elva Ramon, Durrell Turner, David Young, John Rupp, Christian Schick, Sharon Van Williams, Dennis Holly, Monet Jones, and Kathleen Eastman.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Justine Blinko. I'm here on behalf of Greater Richmond Fit for Kids. We're a longtime Next Step provider to urge you to preserve funding for positive youth development. PYD supports vital out-of-school programs like RPS Girls Flag Football, which recently started this school year, now at every high school serving 127 girls, most of whom have never played a team sport before this. The program just kicked off last week in partnership with RPS Athletics, and the impact has already been made clear. PYD also funds our Game On Girl Summer Summit, a 4-day leadership and wellness camp for girls in the summer that includes paddleboarding, cooking, biking, and more at no cost. PYD funds 10 students to attend each year and covers transportation to reduce barriers to participation for girls and their families. Without this funding, these opportunities would not be possible. Please keep the funding intact so Richmond youth can continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Selva, soy miembro de RIC y la parroquia Sagrado Corazón.
Hi, my name is Elva, and I am a member of RISC in the Sacred Heart Parish.
Vivo en una traila móvil con mi esposo y mis 3 niños.
I live in a mobile home with my husband and 3 kids.
Nuestro techo gotea cada vez que llueva. Tengo miedo de que el techo caiga encima de mis hijos.
Our roof leaks every time it rains, and I am afraid that it will collapse on top of my family and the children.
Hace 3 semanas el alcalde nos dijo que puso $800,000 para reparaciones de la casa móviles.
3 weeks ago, the mayor told us he has allocated $800,000 for the mobile home repairs.
Pero el presupuesto no tiene nada para casa móviles.
But the current budget doesn't have any money for the mobile homes.
Mis vecinos y yo estamos sufriendo por las condiciones peligrosas.
My neighbors and us are suffering because of the dangerous status.
Y insaludables en nuestras casas.
And unhealthy conditions in our homes.
Todos merecen un hogar sano.
All of us deserve to live in a healthy environment.
Salvo y digno.
Safe with dignity.
Por favor, le pido de favor que corrija el error del alcalde y que apoye la enmienda para poner $1 millón para las reparaciones de casa móviles.
I ask you to please correct the proposal, and I support the amendment of $1 million for repairs in mobile homes.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Good evening, Council President Cynthia Newbo. Thank you for having me here today. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself and as a resident of the 7th District and Strong Towns RVA, which is a local civic group where we support policies that allow traditional dense urban neighborhoods to flourish because we believe that these policies lead to the best outcomes of both financial stability of the city and in the cost of living for its citizens. And that includes cost of housing. We generally believe that Richmond has already benefited from strong towns-like principles. Having researched the city's net financial position from the comprehensive annual financial statements, I see generally an upward trend in total assets to total liabilities. This is a good thing, favorable sign of financial stability and sustainability, and we generally support that. But the evaluation of the net book value to cost of tangible capital assets, big mouthful, but it just generally shows that we have a decades-long habit here in the city of deferring maintenance. So in general, we are here tonight to encourage you to use this budget cycle to think about the high cost of many of these initiatives presented here tonight, including affordable housing. Part of this is due to the lack of density in core parts of our city that many efforts like the zoning code reform are seeking to rectify. We support a lot of these initiatives because we believe that it opens up the possibility for supply side to solve a lot of the housing demand for our
30
city.
seconds.
And we hope that by supporting these, we hope that as you hope to support many of these initiatives here, you also consider the financial stability of our city so that you can protect it for future generations. Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name for the record, please?
I'm sorry. My name is Christian Schick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Monet Jones, and I am here to speak in strong support of continued funding for the Office of Community Wealth Building. As a proud product of this office, I stand before you not to just share my story, but to express deep gratitude for the transformative impact OCWB has had over my life and many others in my community. Through OCWB, I've had access to life-changing opportunities. I've become a professional doula. I have participated in a virtual assistant program where I became certified in community service through partnership with CCWA. I have also did a program with OCWB in a culinary entrepreneurship program where we also came up with a plan to help combat food deserts in the city of Richmond by showing how we could provide whole foods to those in those areas. OCWB impacts extends beyond career training. They have equipped me with practical financial tools, lasting connections, and resources that I use and share daily. I have attended first-time homebuyer sessions, budgeting and savings workshops, tax education classes, and many other things. What sets OCWB apart is their consistent action. They meet people where they are, provide essential
30 seconds.
essential resources, and walk with them through the process. They offer more than just programs. They offer access, support, and hope. As a result of the skills and knowledge I've gained, my resume is stronger, my confidence has grown, and I'm actively pursuing multiple career paths. Beyond that, I've found purpose and have been empowered to uplift others in my community in ways I never imagined. That is the essence of true wealth building. OCWB is just not another city program. It's a lifeline that actually delivers tangible results and fosters long-term success for people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Eastman, and I'm the director of the Sprout Schools, which there are 5 of in Richmond. And I was very excited as a provider who receives City of Richmond Early Childhood Care and Education Trust Fund funding to see it continuing in the new budget. I would love to see it increase to its original $1 million because there are a lot of family and children out there who need childcare. Because of this funding, I've been able to enroll 11 children who will receive the care and education to be ready for kindergarten and success in life. But some of those children are under age 1 right now. And if this funding is cut, what will happen to them next year? Their parents, because they're in care, can focus on their careers and financial success, knowing their children are safe, learning, and well cared for. Thank you very much for your support and your leadership.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Rupp. I'm a member of Bon Air Presbyterian Church, a member of RISC, live in the 4th District. What is being handed out now is copies of the mayor's campaign documents. In Mayor Avula's campaign literature, he said he would ensure that the, quote, full amount of expiring tax rebate tax dollars expected to rise to 17 million and by the year 2033 are reinvested in city housing needs. He also said, quote, he would substantially expand investments in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, end quote. His proposed budget does not follow through on these comments. We're asking that you as council help us hold him accountable to his words and the law by amending the budget to include the dedicated stream of funding for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, members of the Richmond City Council. My name is Daryl Turner. I am a proud preschool teacher at MLK Preschool Center here in Richmond, as well as a proud member of the Richmond Education Association. I come before you all this evening because I want to share some of my concerns about the proposed RPS budget. And when we talk about budgeting, we have to keep in mind that we are making an investment in the most important resource that we have in this city, our children. Oftentimes, we as educators, perform miracles day in and day out. And we want to make sure that RPS's budget is fully funded, not only to support our students, but to support the hardworking staff members that work with these children every day. As a former vice president of the Richmond Education Association, we were able to bargain contracts that provided safety and security for many of our employees. Keep this in mind. We had employees that had to determine whether or not they were going to pay for life-saving medicine or pay for food. And these are folks that support our students. So I ask you all tonight, I implore you all tonight to make sure that RPS is fully funded, because when RPS is fully funded, you are investing in our students. And keep in mind that educator working conditions are our students' learning conditions. We have to make sure that we support our students. So I ask you all to support this budget, support the CEAs that we negotiated, and support the hardworking and dedicated staff members that support our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dennis Hawley, and I am a proud member of RISC from Sacred Heart Catholic Church in Manchester, the Jesuit parish of Richmond, where I am a deacon. And as Jesuits, like Pope Francis, we are champions of justice. We will look out for the poor and the marginalized. Many of our parishioners, as you have heard earlier, live in mobile homes that are literally falling apart, roofs leaking, floors sagging, and mold growing. These are families with children and elders who are exposed daily to serious health risks simply because their homes are unsafe. My work in ministry have taken me across the globe to communities throughout the world, devastated by poverty. But nothing cuts deeper than seeing this suffering right here in Richmond. We are a city with billion-dollar resources and a deep spirit of justice. If just 1/10 of 1% of the budget is directed to mobile home repairs, we could
30
transform
seconds.
the lives of hundreds of our neighbors, people who are often invisible, but fully part of our city's fabric. At the Risk Nehemiah action in front of 2,250 citizens, Mayor Avula committed to this cause. We are here to help him keep his promise. We urge you, our elected.
Thank you. Councilmember Trammell.
You said
First,
something.
giving honor to God.
Sorry,
I
I did-
am Sharon Van Williams.
Ma'am, if you could hold off for
Yes,
one moment.
1 second, please.
You said something earlier, not to, for the citizens that are speaking, to leave the mayor's name out. He's not here tonight to, I'm quite sure he will address this because I'm quite sure that he's hearing it, but you have asked them not to call out his name. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Trammell. I will again ask you to absolutely feel free to provide your comment, but not referencing staff or administrative membership.
I am Miss Van Williams, a SPED teacher. Madam President, I address you and this esteemed council as my students. I'll call them Mazani and Blessing. I'm their teacher. I represent all of the teachers who come and care for all of our students in RVA. I implore you to fully fund the Richmond Public Schools staff to cover the agreed upon raise and supplemental pay for that REA fought for and won. We, the staff of RPS, are holding the next generation in our hands. We desire and deserve more than a living wage. Several of us have multiple jobs in order to survive. We, the staff of RPS, are vested with the responsibility of educating the future adults of our city and yet global community. Please invest in education. Stop the preschool to prison pipeline. As you know, there is a shortage of qualified teachers, substitutes, bus drivers, and the like. This defunding will aid in the decline. Those of us who remain are the dedicated and driven ones, ready to greet our students, our children daily, to prepare them for a brighter future. Council, your proposed budget, or the mayor's proposed budget, it does not appear to value our children, our educators.
30 seconds.
It takes a village. Please find the additional money to support our children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and distinguished members of council. Appreciate we all having the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is David Young. I'm the executive director of an organization called Friends Association for Children. We've been in Richmond for over 150 years, serving children and families to make sure that we all have an opportunity for the best of life. As a provider also of early childhood education, I was encouraged when I heard about the budget allocations. Don't have to remind you, this is 50% cut of what occurred last year. I'd like to share just one example of a family that we were able to help as a result of the Early Care and Education Trust Fund. It's a grandmother who had to accept responsibility for two very young grandchildren. Unfortunately, the mother was incarcerated. The grandmother started experiencing housing instabilities as a result of taking on this additional burden. Through the Richmond Early Care and Education Trust Fund, we at Friends were able to, one, help this family beyond just the classroom, because the Department of Social Services only subsidized or allocated subsidy for one of the two children. So the trust fund allowed us to enroll the second child and help this family through their difficulties. You've heard of, we all know about the cuts that are going on, and particularly cuts in education in Washington.
30 seconds.
Cuts to Head Start nationwide. What are we going to do? The question is this the time we at the local level want to add additional cuts to the educational programs that we're all here to provide for our children? Thank you for your leadership and all that you do for the city of Richmond.
Thank you.
And Madam President, there are 15 pre-registered speakers left. So would you like me to call all of their names or just the next 10 and then the last 5?
Why don't you do all 15, ma'am?
All right. The next 15 speakers are Georgie Evans, Lanisha Winston, Felicia Boney, Christopher Sloas, Reno Santiago, Becky Sullivan, Ann Forrester, Egon Shroud, Lisa DeLao, Marquetta Fisher, Charles Willis, Joshua Stutz, Shanice Brown, Adolfo Bermudez, and Ellery Lundy.
Good evening. My name is Georgie Evans. I'm a Risk Network member from Common Table Church in the Randolph community, and I'm a resident of the 6th District in Manchester. I'm here tonight to speak to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Here are a few lines that were shared by my fellow Risk members at our House meetings last fall. My daughter has been forced to move multiple times due to the rising cost of rent. My adult son lives with me because he cannot find anywhere affordable to live. My nephew and his 3 children live in a 2-bedroom place with his mother because he can't find anywhere else that he can afford. Councilmember, we have a solution for these stories, and it's already the law. The budget is required to have $8.2 million in it for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund from expiring property tax abatements. As a city resident, I don't get to choose which laws and ordinances I follow, and I believe the city government should adhere to the same standard. Follow the law and put the $8.2 million in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Felicia Boney, and I am a Richmond City worker, and I'm also the proud chair of Richmond chapter of SEIU Virginia 512. I am here tonight to celebrate the work we've all done on collective bargaining to support and strengthen our workers and the services we provide. I'm also here to call on all of us to continue that work to ensure good union jobs and quality services for all working families in our community. As we approach the 1-year anniversary of our collective bargaining agreement for Richmond City's admin and tech workers, I am thankful to be a part of the movement and this community. I'm also excited to witness and support the professional unit as they follow in our footsteps. Now comes why we are here today. Workers from all over Richmond are rallying together to support a budget that supports good union jobs and invests back into the people who work hard to keep our great city going. We come here tonight united as SEIU Virginia 512 and 32BJ SEIU members and not yet union workers, as city workers, city contracted workers, and workers throughout our community, and as taxpayers and residents, to ask you to prioritize the following. Extend the city's $20 per
30
hour
seconds.
living wage policy, and to ensure that the funding is there for our collective bargaining agreements that we have negotiated. Thank you to all the workers, community members, elected officials, and your staff for being here tonight for this important hearing. Let's put the people first and ensure that everyone has a living wage. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Christopher Slos. I am a Richmond Public Library technician. I am also a proud member of SEIU 512, and I am here today standing with Richmond City employees and contracted workers alike, asking that we prioritize extending a living wage to not only our contract workers, but any worker that needs it, and include any prior recognized CBAs or collective bargaining agreements that were agreed on in the prior administration. Our contract workers with places like New Tech, Lou, and others, they fill necessary gaps that keep us from understaffing. I know because I started with Abacus as a contractor, and my role has not changed. I do the exact same work that I did then that I do now. Why should someone who does the exact same work be paid less? I do not know. And why those people do not deserve the benefits that I enjoy as a city worker? I do not know. Today, I stand here with SEIU 512, 32BJ, members yet to join our brother and sister unions like REA, and ask you to support a living wage for our workers, and also the full funding of the CBA that the teachers did win through REA. Not recognizing this contract is going to put our city behind. I want to thank you all. We are counting on all of you, including the mayor, to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Grino. Yo vivo en una traila, vivienda. Yo he sufrido desde hace 2 años, que no está bien mi aire de la central.
My name is Reno, and I live in the mobile homes since 2 years ago. And ¿puede repetir, señor, un momentito, lo último?
Hace 2 años he sufrido del aire de la central que se me jodió y no tengo el aire y he enfermado mucho de la última vez.
So my central air broke, and since then I have been living without air conditioning.
Hace poco tiempo fui a visitar unos vecinos, igual lo mismo, su trailer, su piso está muy podrido. Yo creo que todos mi vecino he sufrido por la ayuda.
So there are also other neighbors who have rotten floors, and they are continue living in these conditions.
Ojalá que los millones de pesos, nos dé para la ayuda por la gente, porque yo creo que no nada más yo sufro, como la mayoría parte son traila vieja, tiene más de 50, 60, hasta 70 años, y todo necesita la ayuda.
So I hope with the budget we're requesting the $1 million, we can get enough money to fix the trailers. Some of these trailers are 50 or 60 or 70 years old, and we need the money to fix them.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much for your time.
Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Egon Shroud, and I'm an early intervention assistant at Westover Hills Elementary School. My primary role is teaching K through 3 students deemed high risk by the state how to read, a position which we can hopefully all agree is an incredibly important one. For that work, I make $28,000 a year before taxes. And the reason I get paid as much as I do now is because my fellow union members fought to win us a contract that seeks to raise the starting wage of IAs to $30K a year by 2026. I'm about to turn 32 years old, and I still live with 2 roommates. I am disabled and struggle to afford the care needed to keep me in good health. I'm unable to imagine a future in which I will ever be able to afford a house or even a studio apartment when RPS wages are so far behind Richmond's cost of living. When he who shall not be named walked through our building earlier this year, he learned about Westover's literacy programs. He knows our staff work hard to get kids reading. What he doesn't know is that we have teachers getting hit, kicked, spit on, and cursed out daily. We have students engaging in property destruction and violence even at the elementary level, and it's becoming the norm, not a rarity. Why? Because they suffer under the same stressors we do, and none of us are getting the support we need. We have counselors, social workers, and psychologists with caseloads so big they're burning out by January. We have passionate, driven professionals who end up fleeing to surrounding districts or different industries altogether in search of better working conditions. We have seasoned teachers going out on FMLA because their doctors have deemed their working conditions are a threat to their health. The only reason I've remained with RPS is because our children deserve a quality education, and our union gives me hope that our working conditions and their learning conditions can improve. Working within this system has become untenable and will continue to be so without a fully funded budget. If he who shall not be named and this council truly care about students and staff at RPS, the budget should reflect that. And if the council is as concerned about Mr. Cameron's mismanagement of funds as we are, I implore them to audit the district.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Becky Sullivan. I live in the 9th District. I am here to speak on the housing crisis in Richmond. Richmond is experiencing one of the most severe eviction rates in the nation. In 2023, we saw over 13,000 eviction filings and nearly 5,600 eviction judgments. That's 23 eviction filings for every 100 renter households. The leading cause, unpaid rent. The median amount owed was only $1,800, yet rents have soared since 2020. The average renter in Richmond is paying $325 more per month. The crisis is not just a number, though. It's about families forced out of their homes for falling slightly behind. More than half, 52% of renters in Richmond are cost burdened, paying over 30% of their income toward rent. That's a higher percentage than in New York City or San Francisco. The Family Crisis Fund has provided vital support. Nearly 900 households received assistance last year, and 78% of those funds went directly to housing. So expanding that fund to $9 million is necessary to meet the scale of the crisis and to fill in those gaps while you continue to look for other affordable housing options. And I can say myself, I can drive through my apartment complex on the 5th or 6th of the month, and there's multiple eviction notices hung up. And that's not okay. My neighbors are being
30
sent
seconds.
out because they can't afford their rent. If their Social Security payments, my neighbor, her Social Security payment didn't come in until the 8th of the month. So she was charged, I want to say, I think it's 15% per day late. And when she called the complex, their response was, we'll pay as much as you can, and then your interest rate won't be as high. So if that family fund was available and had more, it could fund things like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Josh Stutz, and I'm the Executive Director for Friends of the James River Park. We are the nonprofit organization that works with the city to protect, expand, and enhance the James River Park system. I stand before you today to advocate for a transformative investment in our city's future, the $16 million in the budget proposed to develop Mayo Island to a vibrant public park. This isn't just about creating another green space, it's about securing a legacy of health, opportunity, and environmental stewardship for generations to come. The James River Park system is the most popular place in the city of Richmond. Our little slice of urban wilderness receives more than 2.5 and 3 million visits per year, according to recent data. To put that in perspective, the JRPS, if it were a national park, would rank just outside of the top 10 national parks for visitation. That puts it up there with places like Joshua Tree, Olympic, and Glacier National Park. We have something very special here in Richmond, and we are talking about a chance to add even more free and open public space for locals and tourists to enjoy. Mayo Island, which is already owned by the city, currently sits mostly empty and abandoned. Right now, the island is home to several expanding and unsafe encampments and is experiencing massive amounts of litter and vandalism. This proposal offers us a unique chance to convert it into a premier destination within the James River Park system. The proposed $16 million investment will fund the essential elements of this transformation through the interim park plan. These funds will allow for demolition, site work, park design, trail development, and the planting of native plants. This is a strategic allocation of resources that will ensure the park is accessible, safe, and enjoyable for everyone. We also need to consider the cost of not completing the project in accordance with the proposal. There is a deadline, October of 2026. The park needs to be open. If that doesn't happen, the city will need to return the $7.5 million in grant funds that were used to purchase the island. Public trust will be eroded, and conditions on Mayo will continue to deteriorate as 15 acres of currently unusable and unsafe public space is left to rot in the middle of.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. May I have permission to speak on behalf of Shanice Brown, who couldn't be here today?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Kanika McBride, and I was born, raised, and currently reside in the 7th District, and I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed budget cut for the Office of Community Wealth Building. The Office of Community Wealth Building is an essential tool for helping Richmond residents thrive. They bring life-changing, tangible opportunities that empower individuals and families achieve a living wage. This office leverages critical resources to reduce poverty, educate those entering the workforce, and create economic prosperities, especially in communities where those opportunities may not otherwise exist. They are not just another city department. For underserved communities, they are a lifeline. The work being done by the Office of Community Wealth Building is innovative, transformative, and deeply impactful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
These are for the council. Good evening. My name is Ann Forrester. I'm an RPS English teacher and the proud president of the Richmond Education Association, and I am speaking on behalf of our union tonight. As I said, I'm an English teacher, not a math teacher. However, I do know that the $16.5 million that is in the school board's budget to the city council is not equal to the $10 million in the proposed budget that would cover our CBAs. I share the concerns of many that the RPS budget doesn't add up and we don't know where funding is going, and we welcome auditing and oversight from this council. However, I fear that if RPS does not receive adequate funding for our collective bargaining agreements, unpopular cuts will be made in order to fund them, or we'll have to go back to the negotiation table. Neither is good for RPS workers or RPS students, and I worry both are an attempt to undermine the collective bargaining process. I'm reminded of the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that are enshrined in the RPS collective bargaining resolution, and I quote, "The labor movement was the principal force that transformed misery and despair into hope and progress. Out of its bold struggles, economic and social reform gave birth to unemployment insurance, old age pensions, and government relief for the destitute, and above all, new wage levels that meant not mere survival, but a tolerable life. The captains of industry did not lead this transformation. They resisted it until they were overcome." While I don't think anyone in RPS or city leadership is a captain of industry, we must ask ourselves, who are our leaders loyal to? The working class communities of Richmond, or captains of industry who prey on the chaos and turmoil of struggling public schools and public services at the federal, state, and local level? I just want to point out that an RPS food service assistant that serves our students their food every day, who's depending on these wages in our collective bargaining agreements, if they worked for 37 years in Richmond Public Schools, they wouldn't make the same amount as the raise the mayor is proposing for himself. With me tonight, I have over 600 cards from the community.
I'm going to ask again that you make your point, but we're not referring to the administration, the mayor, or other department heads. You can make your point.
Okay, can I keep going? Can I have my time back?
You can have your time back.
Okay. So I urge this council to pass Ms. Gibson's proposed budget, which does fund things that are important to working class people, like safe and affordable housing, living wages, and good public schools. That is your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marquetta C. Fisher, and I live in the Jackson Ward area. I'd like to thank everyone for allowing me to speak this evening. I come this evening to ask to continue to support the OCWB. It is an excellent program. I want to give my personal experience. The professionalism within 5 months, the things I was able to accomplish, I was able to restructure all of my businesses. I was able to register for EVA, which is a government website where you can get contracts. I was able to have one-on-one with every aspect of every person to continue my businesses. I also receive emails and texts monthly. I get in 24 hours, I actually would get a return call, a return text, a return email. They actually help me even start 2 other businesses. In my opinion, taking away or cutting from this budget would not serve this city well. I feel that if you continue to support this program, within the next couple of years, the city of Richmond will be known as the city of entrepreneurs, because this is what they do. They are very passionate. They actually partner with people that have compassion for their jobs to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to live well, to actually live their dream.
30 seconds.
Business. Thank you so much this evening for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa De La O. I'm an English teacher at Huguenot High School, an REA member, and live in the 8th District. Today, I bring over 600 postcards signed by my fellow coworkers and community members, and posters that are really cool and creative from my students that urge you to fully fund our schools, including our staff's collective bargaining agreements. Today, I asked my students if they believe that schools are receiving enough funding to provide a quality education to all students. Do you want to know what the overwhelming opinion is? 99% of them said no. One student said yes, but they cited varying examples and fully funding Workers' collective bargaining can contribute to improving working conditions that staff deserve and providing quality learning conditions that our students need to succeed. When I asked for their opinion on if they believe that the city is doing enough to support families who are struggling financially, do you want to know what the overwhelming opinion was? 100% of them said no. They cited issues such as homelessness, unaffordable housing, lack of affordable childcare, high prices for utilities and basic needs. They cited issues with rental assistance programs having too many regulations and denying people in need for not meeting requirements. There needs to be full funding allocated for assistance programs such as mobile home repairs, eviction diversion, and child care. My students and I do not believe that a single government official should receive a $40,000 salary increase when there are several people in our city who work hard and are not being paid a living wage. Many students wrote that they do not believe the city cares when people are struggling. I urge you to show you that you do care by fully.
That is your time.
Thank you.
Madam President, member of City Council Charles Willis again, a member of the Trauma Healing Response Network. Tonight you heard from many risk supporters, and as the Executive Director of United Communities Against Crime, part of that Trauma Healing Response Network, I wish I could bring the hundreds of families that have been murdered and homicide victims, but of course, we can't because they don't live with us anymore. They're deceased. The Trauma Healing Response Network is a makeup of over 53 different grassroots, hardworking, first responder, boots on the grounds, and I'm not talking about where my fans at. I'm talking about providers, resource, emergency support, counseling, mental health, youth guidance, and partnership with many different city agencies. The Trauma Healing Response Network, which you all have funded for the past 3 years, was the first to bring together over 50 different organizations that was at one time working as silos, but now we're working together because, as Pastor Winfrey would say from New Life Community Center, part of the Trauma Healing Network, is that we are better together. So we ask that you fight with us as we fight with the police department to reduce gun violence in our city and to bring our youth to an understanding that guns is not the solution, that there are resources that we can provide with all of those that I've named with you today. I ask that you support our Councilwoman Lynch as she has put in an amendment for $250,000. We know that it's not what we asked because we asked in the first year $2 million. But we know we're not going to get $2 million. We don't expect that. But just to have what we had last year, or the amendment that Councilwoman Lynch has put in, we ask that each council member would take a look at that. You will hear from us individually, and you will hear from us collectively. The Trauma Healing Network is here to stay and here for the purpose of providing safety in our community. God bless you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have virtual?
Madam President, I believe we were to ask if there were any other persons present in the chamber who wish to provide comments.
I would like to have some indication of those desires of speaking. If you would raise your hand, stand, so we can see how many persons there are. Okay, Madam Clerk.
If everyone would please begin to form an orderly line in the center aisle if you wish to speak, but did not register in advance. Thank you. Please state your name for the record before making your comments.
Sure. My name is Dennis Pasqualino, and I am a community owner in Richmond. And I'm here tonight as an industry expert.
Excuse me, could you just hold 1 second so that folks depart? We'll give you your full 2 minutes so we can hear you well. Madam Clerk.
You may proceed.
Okay. We are the stewards of these communities, myself and the fellow community owners, and we know what our tenants go through. They are homeowners. They own their own homes, and they have the responsibility of a homeowner just like each and every one of us. With that being said, it doesn't mean that they shouldn't receive any help. I heard people say that we can't build fast enough. And as a member of this industry for decades, I can tell you this, we can. In Virginia alone, we bring in 1,700 manufactured homes a year, but not so much in Richmond. It's too tough to work in Richmond. So we don't bring them into Richmond. If this council wanted, if the administrator wanted, we could bring in hundreds of homes within a year. We can help people, we will help people become low and moderate homeowners. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, beautiful homes, built to the
30
standards
seconds.
of a house. We were not invited to the table when all these other folks were talking about this $1 million.
Excuse me 1 second, one more second of interruption.
Sure.
Councilwoman
The
Trammell.
citizens are saying they cannot hear.
Okay.
He needs
Can
to
you-
talk into the mic because they cannot hear what he's saying. He says something about $1 million. They didn't know what they cannot hear what
Okay.
you are saying.
Okay,
If you could maybe lean in a little more,
sure. Is
handheld.
that better?
Thank you.
Thank you. Not a problem. Do you want me to talk about that $1 million? We were not invited as part of the conversation with the $1 million that's being offered, and that strikes me as odd, being the industry experts, being the people who for decades have run these communities and have probably the best understanding of how these communities run, how to fix them, how to help the folks that are in these communities. Our heart bleeds for them every day. We work with them every day. We're partnered with them every day. But no one came to us to say, hey, you guys, you've been doing this for 80 years as an industry. Could you come and talk to us and give us your ideas? We have the ideas. We have the solutions. We know what we're doing. We've been doing it forever. We've been doing it for years while communities been trying to shut us down.
That is your time.
Thank you.
Sir, may you please state your name again for the record?
Yes.
Dennis Pasqualino. From the
Thank
community.
you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Christine Gibson. I'm in the 5th District, and I'm here to speak tonight. I understand that everyone likes to have a nice home, likes to have everything fixed and running in order, but there's a lot of people in Richmond, and I'm one of them. I've been in Richmond, haven't paid my tax late, paid it on time, but I'm responsible for my own repairs. The city hasn't repaired them. There's a lot of seniors who actually need assistance as well, not just folks who live in manufactured homes. So I think if we're going to be dispersing funds, we should disperse those funds to seniors, others that are disabled and need, and persons even such as myself. I've worked 3 jobs for a long time. And there are several jobs out there, depending on what you want to do. Sometimes you have to volunteer in order to get a job. You have to volunteer in order to get the training that you need. It's available if you want to do it. But I'm just saying, I feel that if I'm going to have to pay tax, my tax money should come back to me as well for something so I can have some things fixed free and I don't have to pay. Even though my insurance may kick in and pay some things, that's fine. And if it doesn't, I still have to pay it on my pocket if I want it to be up to par. So I feel that everyone, you buy some things as they are, but at the same time, know that they're going to need improvement. Nothing, including the human body, runs without any adjustments, any assistance in it. But I thank you for allowing me to speak and thank you for all you do. And I'm going to also throw in there, thank for our police department. I think they're
30
doing a wonderful
seconds.
job.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Newbill and council members. I'm Robin Allman from the 5th District. I represent the Unitarian Universalist Community Church in Glen Allen. I've been a member of RISC for over a decade and a city resident since 2020. I bought my city house at a tax delinquency auction in 2018, gaining a tax credit for doing so. I moved in 2020, and in 2021, I was delighted to learn that when my tax credit ended, it would go by ordinance to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Funding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in this way makes it so easy to accomplish because you don't miss the money. I was shocked to find out that nobody's tax abatements have gone into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as directed by city ordinance. So I request that you follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thomas King. I'm a member of the seventh District. I'm also a member of Richmond's chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. And in a previous life, I got an MBA. One of the things that we learned while doing finance and MBA and our MBA program was that budgets are often a list of priorities that cannot be argued against with words because it's right there in money. And I think we've all heard tonight that the priorities that were presented to this council did not reflect the values of people who work for a living, that they don't reflect the values of people who need assistance for their rent. They don't reflect the values of people who use our public parks, and they don't reflect the values of people who send their kids to school. And I would appreciate it if this council took into consideration that there is an abundant need for a focus on working families' financial issues, especially as many people have pointed out tonight, when you are legally obligated to do so, it sounds like. And I don't really have much else to say other than that it's very hard to take a lot of the crises that are happening in this country with the full-throated, seriousness that they deserve. As we all saw this week, $12 million were taken away from the city's water repair grant from the federal government. And then we look at our own government doing that same thing to
30
itself.
seconds.
And it's very hard to see a difference between the political priorities of those two distinct administrations. Thank you.
Thank you.
City Council. Again, I'm Kanika McBride, and I have Jayla Trent and Jewel Trent standing here with me. And I actually work for Greater Richmond SCAN as a prevention specialist there. I partner with Justy, who is a part of the Trauma Healing Response Network. Justy provides positive childhood experiences, PCEs, for children in Richmond, helping to reduce risk factors like gun violence. I personally referred these two young ladies who are here with me today. They're from John Marshall High School to Justy. Justy has not only created a safe space for them to build healthy relationships and learn positive coping skills, they have also been taken on college tours, given opportunities to help them secure over $60,000 in grant scholarships. They have opened doors that reduce their risk of becoming involved in or impacted by gun violence. This is what prevention looks like. This is real impact. We need consistent funding to keep the trauma response network strong and to ensure organizations like Justy so that they can continue showing up and changing lives, much like the girls here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Malika Whitaker, and I am a gun violence survivor. I now use a wheelchair and live every day with the impact of this trauma. Organizations like Just See are critical, real critical. People like Shanice Brown shows up in our community and have resources, support us, and make us feel heard. Just See is trusted where others won't go. Without funding or organizations like this, we live in a dangerous gap in how most is not understanding. Supporting this program is just a lot for me. That's all I can say. And it's just a lot of trauma. And I'm here through Trauma and Response to Network Healing. And thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Katina Brake, and I stand before you today as the founder of Mind Over Matter Legacy, a community-rooted initiative born out of my lived experiences, healing, and hope. Our core values are centered on healing, equity, empowerment, accountability, and resilience. We provide safe, consistent spaces for individuals and families, especially those impacted by trauma, poverty, and systemic inequities, to be seen, heard, and supported without judgment. At the heart of our work is violence prevention. We believe that unaddressed trauma often manifests as harm, either inward or outward. That's why our support groups are not just a service, they are a strategy to break cycles, restore trust, and strengthen communities from the inside out. We foster environments that help individuals take ownership of their healing journey, find purpose, and learn conflict resolutions, emotional regulation, and coping skills, all of which are critical to preventing violence before it starts. Mind Over Matter Legacy is not just a program, it's a movement of community healing. And when we invest in healing, we prevent harm. My organization is a part of the Trauma Informed Network, and I am here to support and encourage you all to support funding for this network. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you please state your name again?
Katina Brake.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Trent. I'm here representing the trauma healing.
Could you please speak more to the mic?
My name is Jacqueline Trent. I'm here to Mind Over Matter, part of the Healing Response Network. And I'm here to advocate for continuous funding for community-based mental health resources like Mind Over Matter. Every week, they host a space for city residents, people just like me, to come together and process our thoughts and emotions in a safe, supportive environment. What makes the program powerful is that it's not just a conversation, it's healing. It's trauma-informed, it's culture responsive, and it meets us exactly where we are. The facilitators help us learn healthy coping skills that many of us were never taught. And for me personally, it makes a tremendous difference in how I manage stress, navigate challenges, and support my family. This kind of work must continue, but programs like this need consistent, reliable funding in order to keep serving our community. Please, let's prioritize mental health and make sure Mind Over Matter gets the financial support they need to keep showing up for Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and members of council. My name is Josue Castillo. I'm a community organizer with New Virginia Majority, and I want to echo what was said earlier. Working families in Richmond are in a crisis right now when it comes to evictions. I've personally met hundreds of families who've come to me asking for help, and when I refer them to other programs like VERP, many of these programs are high barrier, so I'm asking that the city invest in the Family Crisis Fund because we need funding that is accessible and that can meet people's needs outside of housing, like medical expenses. And I also want to speak in support of the RPS workers. I have my card that I signed here, so I will leave. Everyone deserves a safe place to live and to work, and we all deserve to afford to live in the city.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Jana Hobbs. I'm a member of NVM and a resident of the city of Richmond. I'm asking that the city please fund the Family Crisis Fund. So I was recently contacted by the people that take care of the water crisis funding, I believe, and I was made aware that the Family Crisis Fund is being used for that purpose. I think it's deceptive. The Family Crisis Fund is supposed to fund people who are in desperate need of assistance, and the Water Crisis Fund should be funded by the city and a separate entity. It's your responsibility to take care of that issue, and that fund should not be used for that. Also, I would just like to say it's the law. So if somebody breaks the city ordinance by playing music too loud, we call the police. But who do we call to get help when the city won't follow its own ordinance? Follow the ordinance, make it happen, fund it.
Thank you.
Scores in support of Richmond City's public school staff. My name is Andrew Fisher, a resident of the City of Richmond's 3rd District, an educator here and a member of REA. You know the value of having an educated community, and you know that the safety of students is a paramount priority. I am sorry, maybe you don't, because yearly we the community have to fight because of gross underfunding to our public schools. Educators and staff who are charged with being the caretakers of our children do not have their own job security, agreed upon pay, funding, staffing, supplies, or healthy working conditions. Yet we continue to show up for our children, doing the most with the least. Minimal budget considerations which have maximum social impact should not be normalized. Staff should not have to have second jobs or side hustles because all children deserve the full attention of valued career professionals. Show up for our children and the City of Richmond's future. Support educators and staff. The value return is exponential. Please fund the school like you value them. Please don't make this a yearly plea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President. My name is Mariah White, and I'm coming to talk about the advocating for the people. I'm a resident and a taxpayer of 2nd District. And I'm sitting out here tonight and listening to the people talking about the needs of what they need here in this city. This has been going on far too long, probably over 10 years. Now we're talking about mobile homes. Some of you probably wouldn't even go into those type of mobile homes that they're talking about. We're talking about RPS. We know that we need RPS to be funded for the resources that our children need. We also talk about eviction, homeless. The same things that we are talking over and over about year after year should be funded in your budget. Now, I haven't heard anyone talk about the water. And I believe someone just said $12 million were cut. I like to know, how would that $12 million be replaced? It was a disaster to have water without a whole week. I don't know about you all, but I've been in the military and didn't have no water. But this was a disaster for families, for elderly. And I haven't heard anyone said that, oh, we're going to work on towards this IT system for this water. Health emergency, natural disaster.
30 seconds.
I didn't hear anyone say that. But what I did hear was that you fire somebody, one person, which it should have came down the line and fired a whole lot of people for this water. So I'm having a problem with why we're not funding things in our early childhood, why we're not funding. Friends is a great place for early childhood. So why would we give that up? It's accessible to the people that we serve in Gilpin Court. Why would we give up office of
That is your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Baker. I'm an English teacher at Richmond High School for the Arts and a member of REA. Every day I go to work and hear people say they're not sure they're coming back next year. It comes out of the mouths of my friends, less acquainted coworkers, and even myself sometimes. Turnover is a big topic of discussion, and it should be. I've only been working as a teacher at my school for 3 years, and I feel the group of people I work with now is very different from when I started. Some of the brightest, most talented people I've ever met have burned out, been chewed up, and spat out by the myriad of problems in our school system. Not all of which are strictly budget related, but none of which aren't massively affected by underfunding. Look, I want to work here. Many people I know want to love their job as a teacher, but actions like not fully funding RPS and not funding the raises REA collectively bargained for isn't going to hold the qualified people that it has, nor will it attract the qualified people that it needs. If this city cares for our children and the future of our community, then we need to fully support RPS and let the hardworking people of its staff get the support they need to do the good they need to do. I ask the council to please pass Gibson's budget, and I thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sean Kassar. I'm a member of the Richmond chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. Can't believe it's budget season already. It's been wonderful to see all these people fired up today, and I heed you to listen to what they have to say. Despite the rushed timeline, I went into the budget process with a tiny bit of hope. New mayoral administration, new members on council, a political moment requiring a hard change in order to keep the city afloat among hostility at the state and federal level. What can I say? I'm a foolish optimist. Semi-serious question. Are we sure this wasn't a budget passed down by the previous administration? If it wasn't for Member Gibson's amendment, we'd be stuck with even worse austerity measures than we're used to seeing. A lot that the city does is obfuscated by process and red tape, and it's hard not to feel that it's purposely hard to follow. The beauty of a budget is it outlines the city's true priorities clear as day. To attract and funnel public funds paid by the hardworking residents of the city to private businesses, developers, and landlords at the expense of everyone else. Like it does every year, this budget calls to question any weight to y'all's PR statements about appreciating those who actually make the city run. If it did, it would ensure that workers receive uniform and dignified pay. Like every year, the budget promises to help alleviate the ever-worsening housing crisis
30 seconds.
in the front summary section, but fails to actually put the necessary funds forward to do so. If it was serious about it, it would fund the mobile home repairs, it would fund the family emergency funds, it would fund the rental inspection program. Like it does every year, the budget calls to question any validity to anything the mayor or the councils could say about caring about the students and teachers in the city. If it did, it would fund the CBAs without question. The teachers fought hard to get them, and you should respect them enough to do so. I'm tired of having to come here and say this.
That is your time.
Thank you. If you would pause 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other persons desirous of speaking? If so, we need you to get in line now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tina Monroe, and I was not going to say anything at first. But however, when I saw the chief standing there, I just thought that I'd like to take time to thank the Richmond Police Department for everything that they do. I currently live at my precinct is the 4th district, which is on Chamberlain Avenue. And I must say that I am very pleased with the results of them cleaning up my area. And I'm also pleased to say that they do have signs that says slow down, because Chamberlain Avenue is just like 95. However, I'm not pleased that, do you know, I received a citation in the mail for speeding down Chamberlain Avenue. So I just want to say it is working now. And I also just want to say that there has been a lot of police presence in my area. I feel safe. And again, I just want to say thank you to the Richmond Police City Department and Kenya Gibson. She looking at me because normally I'm always talking about housing and education, but I didn't put my name on the list, but I'll see you next month, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amber Pearson, and I live in 7th District. I am a member of United Campus Workers of Virginia, VCU chapter, and a longtime public teacher. And so I'm here to ask you to recognize that education works, because we do at every level. And please continue to honor your agreement of collective bargaining that you made with Richmond Public School workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, we had 3 virtual speakers, but 2 have dropped off. So would you like to proceed with the remaining?
Absolutely.
The virtual speaker is Jamison Morton. You may unmute and begin your comment.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm coming to speak on behalf of the OCWB. Um, I just wanted to give them much praise to their help to the community. They have helped me in so many ways. When I initially came to them, I came looking for help for employment, and I heard about a water meter program that they had with partnership with the with Richmond City. So when I got there, I got onboarded to the program, and they kept in constant communications with me. And little did I know that they had a lot of resources to offer. I ended up joining the virtual administrator assistant program, um, which I went through in its entirety, and it was great. I learned skills like Microsoft Word, Excel, QuickBooks, uh, communication skills, office skills, a lot of skills that I use today. I ended up doing an intern at the Community College Workforce Alliance, where I'm currently employed. Um, so I would urge y'all to continue to fund them, and so that they can continue to be a pillar of our community in Richmond and give other people the opportunity that I've had to benefit from there. And just want to give all the praise to them. So I just urge y'all to continue to fund them and let them be a pillar of the
30
community.
seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, does that?
That was the only virtual registered speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this point, we will proceed with closing of the public hearing. I thought I heard a sound effect out there. I'm sorry. We will close the public hearing at this time. I'd like to bring it back to City Council for comment. I'd like to certainly first say thank you to everyone who took the time to come down this evening to voice your concerns, to share your priorities, to make recommendations for and/or support various budget amendments. I want to say thank you for that. I want to make sure that you know that we hear you, and we will be looking at, as we continue in the budget process, opportunities to address as many of the challenges that you've articulated as possible within, the dollar amounts that we have. So just want to make sure that you know that we did listen, we heard, and we will be looking at any opportunities that we can undertake. With that, members, Councilmember Gibson.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody. The past couple of weeks have been a busy time. I really want to extend my appreciation to everyone on City Council staff and the community of advocates, many of whom are here today. We've been busy working nights and weekends over the last 13 days to review a 600-page document. We did our homework, learning about all the city departments and all the support programs in place. We submitted questions that are pretty detailed. We built spreadsheets, and a special shout out to the pivot table masters out there. And we developed a strategy on how to revise the budget to fund what I believe are critical needs. And look, I mean, I know we all are looking for ways to do right by our residents, and I appreciate the budget that the mayor has submitted. And I think this is about teamwork, and I'm hopeful that through this process, this democratic process, we will develop a revised document that we all can be proud of. I, in working with my team of folks, we came up with $8 million in funding to support the Family Crisis Fund, eviction diversion programs, our public schools, and the rental inspection program. And on the capital side, we identified roughly $3 million to support the people's budget. The people's budget, I think, really reflects the truth, which is, this community of engaged folks that we have in the city is deep and it's diverse. And I want to extend my thanks to the 4,000 plus residents who have voted on those things to rise to the top and to be part of this engagement. I want to ask you to stay involved. There will be another public hearing, as I understand it, one in which all of our amendments are public, and you all have an opportunity to weigh in on that process to ensure that we adopt a budget that reflects our shared values. And one other thing I wanted to say, just in regards to public engagement and talking about elected officials, I just want to say, look, running for office, you develop a pretty thick skin, and I just want to say, I think that Mayor Boole, I know he appreciates you want to hear from folks. And I think that, when people come and they speak and they have questions and asks, I think that as elected folk, we're up for the challenge. And I just want to say that, I encourage that conversation. I think they're important topics to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Trammell.
Thank you, Madam President. I would say that I too would like to thank all the speakers that came down here tonight and spoke. And there was a lady that really, really touched my heart. And I hope that she'll reach out and call me, because the way that she described her job and what she does for us at the city hall and the way she's treated, that is unacceptable. I just wanted to run out there and just hug her, because I could just tell that she was speaking from her heart and from experience. And to me, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that they are included with collective bargaining. And I want to thank Sabrina for this right here. And Brian, you're here. Here it is right here. We've been waiting for this forever, and it's done. And SCIU, thank you all for not giving up, for fighting and coming down here to make sure that we heard your voices loud and clear. And thank our Mayor, Danny Avula, for making sure that this got, because I know that he had told Brian and Dwayne that he was going to speak with y'all and make this happen. Man of his word. So thank you. I want to say that I have a lot of questions. I did not want to bring it up earlier, but this right here about the mobile parks, I want to know, where's the money? I want to know, how is the money spent? I want to know how many was completed, not completed, because you all don't have this. I do. Thank you, Sabrina, for this. And it's that most of them in my district. I don't think there's any in the 3rd, is it? It might be, but I don't think so. The 9th, yes, me and you. But I understand that, yeah, I got a piece of paper they handed me, and I want to thank Pastor Hodges for giving it to me. I really appreciate that, because I do remember going to those meetings and it was being recorded, everything I said. That's fine. Because I know that we did put, I think, $1 million, give them to fix up the mobile homes, and most of them were in Rudd's. And I think the other day when I wasn't invited, I did not know about the tour. And the owner who's here tonight, he was not here in Richmond to do the tour. It'd be like me going to your house. You weren't there, but your door was open. I decided to go in there and just do a little tour and write you up for something like you didn't do your dishes or something like that, or your ceiling's falling down like mine is. But I just want to say that let's give him a chance. Let's find out about the other mobile parks that I'm getting texts and all that. What about mine? And I will show you right on my phone because Sabrina, I am going to show you tomorrow. I've had 3 people call me tonight and say, please, please help me. You are helping one of my citizens that's got 4 grandchildren that she is trying to raise in a home by herself. And her whole house needs to be repaired. She needs food. She needs this. But you have offered you and Sheila to go out there and also social service. So I just want to say thank you because she owns her home. Heard somebody else from the 5th district that spoke. That she needs some help. A lot of people. And Charles, you know what I'm talking about. You have called me and given me stuff. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you out, but it just breaks my heart when I'm hearing that when they bought the mobile homes, that they knew what they bought. And now, yeah, we want to help, but I want to find out where the money. And I think we were meeting over there at the satellite. I was meeting with Project Homes and with Cheryl Hampton, and I was asking how much per trailer is it going to cost? This is complete in progress. 500,000, 125,000, and only 30 units. Got a lot of questions. So anyway, I just want to say thank you all for coming down here and I loved you. Thank you for speaking up for the police because a lot of times they don't get the thank you, and you were good. You were great. And I know that the chief and all his officers appreciate that because they have a tough job, just like we do. My colleagues say we're up here, we have a tough job. And the new mayor who's only been here 4 months, not 4 years, he's got a tough job too. And yeah, his skin's getting tough because you got to be doing this 24 years but you still don't always get tough. And you know that. But again, thank you all. And if y'all have any questions, you want to call me, you can call my home at 804-233-7382. That's my home, and 804-240-5050. Also, I want to thank that. Just one more thing about the people's budget. They were at my meeting last Thursday night, and I didn't hear exactly what Kenyon has said. 4,000 people had voted, or to 122,000? Because I'm hearing today a lot of people did not know. They were looking for some other names on the ballot. They didn't know exactly. But you did a good job coming to my meeting because I think 100 people voted with the ballots and gave them back to you. So anyway, I'm dying to see what the list says because I know that, as the president council said, there were some things in there that I know that I've asked for years and years, and so has she. But thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lynch.
It's always such a tough act to follow. I almost regret sitting next to you most days. So again, thank you. We lost a lot of our folks that were sitting here in the audience, but we had a really good crowd that came out tonight. And I think I'll agree with my colleague. The group that touched me the most was our city contract workers. And that is the group that I think all of us, I think a lot of us, the majority of us think about every day. The folks who are sitting at 30% of the AMI and below. Those are the folks that, Marty, you're advocating for in the courtroom on Wednesdays and Thursdays that have to go through eviction court. Those are the people that are living literally day by day in a struggle to make food, rent, pay their bills, keep their kids clothed. And those are the people that are being squeezed ever more. Those are the people, Charles, that you're helping through the family, through the trauma healing response network that got started 5 years ago, almost to the date, with your cousins, Dante, after we lost them. So, I mean, there is a beautiful, beautiful community that we've tried to build, some of which has been funded through city dollars. Some of the programming has been funded through city dollars. Some of it is just really great organizations coming to the table to help our very most vulnerable family members. But it's not enough. It's never enough. And we have got to vote on a budget that prioritizes that community of people that are making 30% of the AMI and below. That means restoring some of our nonprofit partners that may have been, decreased in the current non-departmental budget. That means really digging in and saying, all right, if we're going to do investments in affordable housing, is it deeply affordable housing, or is it just increasing what is, market rate housing? I mean, 80% of the AMI, 60% of the AMI, if you're still paying over $2,000 a month, is that really still affordable? It ain't. So, I mean, let's really dig deeper and try to truly be equitable. Truly, our jobs as stewards of the tax dollar are to redistribute wealth. And there's no better way that we can do that by protecting our most vulnerable families and children. There's just not. That is our job. That is what we have been voted in to do. We still have a 19%. 19% of our families are living at or below the federal poverty level, and that is our duty. It's our moral obligation to protect those who are living right at the brink and struggling every day, and we don't want them to be alone. I agree with you, Reba. We've got to do something, to especially, of course, yeah, of course. So with that, I look forward to, next week, vetting all of our amendments publicly. They'll be released, and, everybody will get to see the whole gamut of things that council was trying to achieve. But I really do appreciate, we're going to need more advocacy along the way. It's not done yet. So appreciate everybody coming out.
Councilwoman Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to join my colleagues and thank everyone for coming down this evening and sharing your concerns as it relates to the services that we are providing for the citizen in the city. Each one of your voices are heard. What you had to say is extremely important. And a lot of what you have asked for, I would wager you that there isn't a request that's made that the city council wouldn't want to support and fund in full. I do hope that as we continue to look at the amendments, that we'll be able to address many of your requests. I've spoken with many of you individually. I have expressed with you individually where I stand on amendments. And I am looking forward to looking at collectively all of the amendments that have been put in, not just by myself, but my colleagues as well. We have the unfortunate discipline of trying to tell ourselves that we're not going to put in, how many? 5 amendments. So I want you to understand that I hope when we look at the collective amendments that you'll see yourself in those amendments. But because you may only know of one person or one council person who have put in amendment, that doesn't mean that if all of us are restricted to only 5, then that's the situation that we're dealing with as well. Okay, we certainly have heard more than 5 amendments tonight. But one of the things that I think that is extremely important out of everything that we heard, people The taxpayers in the city of Richmond cannot afford to live in the city of Richmond. The majority of them, many of them. When we look at the payroll that we have for the city, if the majority, the mass number of people that are on our payroll are making 55, I'm not even going to talk about this young lady that said she was making $25,000 a year. It's unbelievable to understand how anyone can live off of $25,000 a year. But I want you to understand, as your council person for the past 21 years, that's been my salary as well, $25,000 a year and no benefits. So I want you to, what troubles me about where we are with this budget is that we know that folk are having a real hard time. They're working hard, they're disciplining themselves, they're doing without a lot of things that are absolute necessities. Our salaries, our payrolls, if I'm only paying you $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year, that's not a whole lot of money to try to live off and be able to afford housing. And we talk about whether or not the city is providing affordable housing or housing that is affordable. So the key to that is whatever you're making, you cannot afford housing that costs more than 30% of your income, whatever you're making, okay? So when we talk about providing affordable housing, that's the housing that we have to provide at a level that is 30% of your income. Now, when we talk about making cuts to poverty, to an organization that's done as much as it's done, that we have celebrated reducing poverty in the city of Richmond, it makes me wonder whether or not our will to do what we claim we want to do is serious. When we talk about cutting programs, non-departmental programs, almost every organization in our non-departmental budget service the same people at the same income level that we are talking about for affordable housing, or housing that is affordable, since that makes more sense. We're talking about the same people that shows up in the eviction court. We're talking about the same folk that comes to the family crisis. We're talking about the same folk that are having problems not being able to afford child care and get a job. Yet we want people to get employed. We want them to be sustainable. And so our messaging is told in our budget. Our messaging is told within our budget. Now, we've been told by the superintendent to schools that you will be taken care of and your salaries will reflect your collective bargain agreement. I'm trusting the superintendent to live up to that. But for this council, if we're going to be serious about peeling off some things for eviction, some things for our family crisis fund, cutting what is the only organization charged with reducing poverty, then our message is messed up. And it's time that we go back to the table and that we seriously talk about whether or not we are serious about helping people that are at the level of income that we're willing to pay them as employees. Same thing with the contract employees. I've had this conversation last year. This is something that I've talked with the previous administration about contract workers. We make the decision on what vendor we're going to hire part-time employees, right? So, yeah, it's ridiculous. We can't hire a vendor that's going to pay our contract employers less than we obligate and that we're going to pay people $20 an hour. We need to be across the board treating all of our employees with the same level of dignity and respect and recognizing, I mean, I'd love to say wages and benefits, and we may have to take one step at a time, but that should be where we're going because people need benefits. People can't we can't celebrate giving extra holidays in the course of the year and all of our contract employees don't get paid a cent. That hurts. And so I think, Madam Chair, as we go through our work sessions, I think we need to roll back a little bit and start talking about priorities and what our mission is and what we've committed ourselves to, and look at those areas to make sure that next year we have not made decision that increases eviction, increases homelessness, increases poverty, increases crime, prevent those that are suffering from trauma from getting them on the right path. Our investment will yield tremendous returns if we make the investments in the right place. And I'm going to have that kind of discussion on Wednesday, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good afternoon, everyone. The budget work session for the Richmond City Council will now come to order. And Madam Clerk, if we could have the chamber emergency evacuation announcement.
Upon activation of the emergency alarm signal, all persons should immediately exit the building. Please use the exits to the left or right front of the council chamber or the east or west stairway outside the rear doors of the chamber. Do not use elevators or escalators. After exiting the building, proceed down 9th Street and enter the assembly area located in the former Public Safety Building parking lot. Able persons should assist visually and hearing impaired visitors with exiting the building. Madam President, for the record, all members are present with the exception of Councilor Lynch. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we will have the FY26 Capital Improvement Plan overview. Ms. Joy Hogg is coming forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sabrina Joy Hogg, interim CAO. Before I begin the capital presentation, you should all have in front of you these budget and brief books. This is the proposed version that you can hand out in your community if you like, put them on your walls, frame them, whatever you like to do, they're yours. We can get more printed, and then once the budget is passed, we'll do an adopted version of it. Okay. You should also have in front of you sheets that look like this. These are all of the priorities that have been submitted by council members, of which we've had 52 requests in operating, 75 in capital, for a total of 127 requests. Operating requests totaled over $53 million. Capital requests totaled over $243 million, of which 61% of those requests are either included in the budget, incorporated in the budget, or they are partially included in the budget, okay? And they're done by council member. So let's move into the capital presentation for this afternoon. And there's a bunch of slides, but I'm gonna go through some of them really quickly. If you want more information, just stop me and I'll be happy to go into a bit more detail. So the FY26 proposed CIP totals $550 million, and the 5-year plan totals $2.1 billion. CIP is always done in a 5-year planning cycle. The CIP is funded through general obligation bonds, or what we call GO bonds, utility revenue bonds, which are also revenue bonds, cash, which we also call pay-as-you-go, and prior year appropriations, federal, state, and regional transportation funds, and funding from the state's Department of Environmental Quality. Future is looking bleak again. All right, I'm going to skip over this slide because you all know what a capital project is. So moving on to slide 3. Some of you may not know, we do have an interactive capital dashboard, which was developed about 2 years ago by the by the Budget Office. It is GIS based, and you can go in and look up any capital project that is active, get a status report, contact name, and you can do it by district or by whatever search feature you want. It is located on the Budget Office's website. So moving on to a capital picture, let me start by saying that we have many more needs than we have resources. Similar picture with the operating. The largest financing vehicles we have at our disposal is the issuance of general obligation bonds. We are not a cash-rich city to pay as you go for many projects. Knowing how much we can afford is our start point when we develop the CIP. So just so you know, long-term CIP has long-term impacts because we use GO bonds for anywhere from usually it's a 20-year cycle that we are funding a project for. In some cases, it could be a 30 years cycle, which means that we pay for the bonds over 20 years. So any decisions you make today have a 20-year impact if it's a GO bond. Councils prior to you have made decisions that are still current today because we're paying for them. It's like a mortgage. So the Coliseum, the one that is now closed off, it was authorized in 2021. We just finished paying off those bonds last year. Carpenter Center, again in 2007, we're not scheduled to pay that off till 2030. So you see the long-term impact of decisions today. So let's talk a little bit about the credit score and how we measure our ability to fund capital projects. We talk a lot about the credit rating agencies that are on Wall Street. The city is rated by all 3 credit rating agencies, Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. The higher your, so if we take it on a personal level, think of the credit rating like your personal FICO score. The higher your score, the less interest you pay. That is true of the city as well. So getting a AAA means that we save money when we're issuing debt. We're only AAA with Fitch. We are aiming to get to AAA with S&P and Moody's as well. We are one notch away from AAA from both Moody's and S&P. We're closer with S&P. We're right on the cusp with S&P. So this slide just shows you some comments that the rating agencies have made when they issue their reports. But let me also tell you what factors could lead to a downgrade. It is increasing our liability without a revenue source, failure to maintain available reserves, weakened economic and demographic performance, including declining population. The maximum debt we can take on is called debt capacity. Debt capacity is governed by our policies and our ratio mixes. We have 3 policy ratios that we have to stay under. But that's our capacity. We have a lot more capacity than what we can afford. So if you translate that into your personal income, you have a credit card that has a limit of $20,000. It says you can put anything on a credit card for $20,000, but you can't afford to pay off $20,000 a month. You only have $5,000 that you can pay off. So you can't really afford $20,000, you can only really afford $5,000. We should think about it as affordability, because the more you finance debt, the less we have the capability of paying for it. So fund balance. You've heard us talk about fund balance. It is very, very important to rating agencies, and liquidity are key factors in their rating evaluation. Our surplus policy requires us to maintain a combined total between our unassigned fund balance and our downturn reserve of 20%. Financial best practice is to have 3 to 6 months of operating expenses in reserves. We are nowhere close. Again, let me say 20% is the minimum. Moody's actually requires almost 60% to keep in fund balance reserve. So the factors that keep us from reaching AAA with Moody's and S&P, fund balance again, our liabilities, which is our pension, OPEB. We did a lot when we transitioned to VRS and brought down our pension liability by issuing the bonds. Our poverty rate, which we've been steadily declining, but need to go further. And they look at management and leadership stability. So as I said, the debt management policies govern the CIP, and rating agencies evaluate us whether or not we keep within these policies. I won't go into them. We can have the debt discussion another time. But again, if you have questions, please stop me. So looking at our outlook, what we're showing you is that we are on the cusp of violating our policy number 1, which is 10% of our general fund budget. The debt service will not exceed that. This is if we have the courthouse in, a $300 million courthouse. We will violate number 1. We will also be violating number 3, which says we will pay off most of our debt within 60%, within 10 years at 60% of that debt. We will definitely violate that one. This will be a mark against us on Wall Street. These are the numbers behind it. This is why we say the $300 or $350 million courthouse, we cannot afford at this time. We have got to figure out how to finance it through either some other mechanism, public-private partnerships, or whatever else it is that we've got a team now trying to figure this out.
Ms. Joy Hogg, Councilmember Trammell has a question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
$350 million we do not have. Have we put any money aside to help with some of the things that you have been meeting with them with?
Yes, yes, it is in our maintenance budget, and we've also included money in 27 and 28.
Is that the 20 million we were talking about? Or
I believe so. Is it 2015 to get us started on planning the new courthouse?
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, this is just another picture. At a cost of $300 million for a courthouse, we need an additional $21.6 million a year for debt service payments. So moving on to a brighter side of the picture, some capital improvement projects that we've recently completed. On the left side of the slide, you'll see the Southside Community Center, which we recently held a ribbon cutting ceremony, and it is the first newly community center in the city since 1999. In the middle, you'll see phase 2 of Jefferson Avenue Improvement Project, which implemented traffic calming, pedestrian, and bicycle infrastructure to a portion of the corridor, which serves as a gateway to Union Hill and Church Hill. And finally, on the right side, you'll see phase 4 of the Belvedere Street Gateway Project. This project was implemented pedestrian safety improvements at the intersection of Rose Street, Idlewood Avenue, and Spring Street. Also, to highlight some of our other CI projects that are currently underway, the replacement of a 110-year-old Fire Station 12, which is nearing completion. Both Fire Station 21 and the first police precinct replacements are also on schedule. So just to give you a sense of the large city and the number of facilities we have, the Department of General Services manages over 73 public facilities. That's this building itself, the courthouses, the fire stations, police precincts, libraries. In the right-of-way, we have a few statistics shown here that Public Works manages. We have over 1,800 lane miles of asphalt throughout the city, 879 miles of sidewalk, 210 miles of alleyways, 84 bridge structures, and over 42,000 streetlights. Unlike some of our counties, we do maintain our streets. Some of the counties have state maintenance that does it for them. Fleet statistics. Vehicles are no longer cheap, and I imagine they're going to get even more expensive. We have over 2,300 vehicles across city agencies, many of which are very, very old. They should be replaced. What you see on this slide is the cost of a fire truck. It is over $1 million. Police, SUV, And it's not just the cost of the vehicle. We have to outfit them with light bars and ruggedized computer systems and everything else that goes along with that. So now we'll move into the actual CIP. Most of our 5-year CIP projects, 66% are proposed to be funded through GO bonds. 27 is proposed with federal, state, regional funding, and 7% is pay-as-you-go. The 5-year CIP totals $874 million for general capital projects. The majority of the funding is dedicated to transportation projects, which between the city's contribution and what we receive in federal, state, and regional funding account for nearly half, 49% of the 5-year plan. School projects, capital maintenance, and new school construction make up 24%. Capital investments, which include affordable housing, park improvements, make up 10%. Capital maintenance, which focuses on maintenance and upgrades of city facilities, and our flood wall system accounts for 10% of the funding. And our vehicle replacement program, which for the 4th consecutive year is fully cash funded, accounts for 7% of the funding. We're dedicating over $88.5 million to major economic and cultural investments. The Chaco project improvements to Browns Island and the redevelopment of Mayo Island. There's $212.5 million proposed for school construction and renovation. $59.2 million is proposed for the replacement of the existing fleet, primarily public safety vehicles. $427 million supports transportation enhancements such as complete streets, development of the Fall Line Trail, and public safety and Fall Line Trail improvements to the Hull Street corridor and upgrades that support public safety and community well-being. There's $212.5 million in school construction and maintenance. This is the replacement of a yet-to-be-determined school in FY 2029. There's $2.5 million in maintenance on schools throughout the city. This could include roof repairs, boilers, electrical modifications, anything that they need to put maintenance dollars for. Chaco project. We continue to provide funding in the FY26 for construction of the Chaco project. The campus will recognize and memorialize the impact of the slave trade of Africans that was centered in Chaco. Richmond served as a major hub for the American slave trade, second only to New Orleans. The project received $11 million in grant funding 2 years ago from the Mellon Foundation to create the Interpretive Center at Main Street Station with the Chaco Institute. We also received in FY24 $13.4 million from the state to support this project. For the city, the FY26-2030 budget includes $10.1 million in funding through GO bonds. Public safety investments. Fleet replacement remains a major priority for public safety. This year, we're proposing $10 million. $1.4 million goes to replace police and patrol vehicles. $4 million is for the replacement of 4 engines and other vehicles for the fire department. Public safety upgrades and improvements in the capital maintenance program include $720,000 for maintenance of various fire stations throughout the city, $2.1 million for upgrades to police facilities, including the replacement of the HVAC system at the training academy, gun range, and upgrades to the parking deck at 3rd Precinct. $250,000 is for facility maintenance at the Richmond City Justice Center, such as the chiller upgrades and camera and security access controls. Creating open spaces. Prioritizing park improvements to enhance our green space is a top priority. The FY26-2030 CIP proposes $6 million for improvements to Browns Island, with $4 million previously being funded in FY25. The Browns Island Improvement Plan, which was developed by Venture Richmond and 3 North, it includes development of river and canal terraces and play spaces for children, trees and landscaping, ADA pedestrian improvements, and the addition of permanent restrooms. The estimated total project is $30 million, with the city providing $15 million and Venture Richmond providing $15 million through private fundraising. The city has committed to funding the remaining $5 million once Venture Richmond has met their $15 million fundraising goal. Improving parks and libraries. $16 million is for demolition of existing buildings and surface parking on Mayo Island, which will then allow for the city to begin redeveloping the island into a park, with a conservation easement being established for the island to protect its natural environment. Acquiring Mayo Island for the public use has long been a part of planning for clean water, green spaces, and public access to the James River. In 2023, we received $7.5 million in grant funding from the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation to support the purchase. Demolition of the existing buildings and surface parking on the island has to occur within 36 months of signing the grant agreement, which is required by the state grant funds. If we do not do this, $7.5 million will be withdrawn from the city. The capital maintenance program will also dedicate $5.2 million in funding to various parks and recreation improvements, including Calhoun Community Center, major parks maintenance, neighborhood parks maintenance, parks and recreation building maintenance, cemetery improvements, and James River Park System. We're also proposing $1 million for the upgrades to our public libraries, which hasn't been done in a very long time. Capital maintenance. We are an old city with very old buildings. We also continue to prioritize our maintenance. We have $5 million planned for the city's flood wall and levee system. The system includes not just the flood wall, levees, but it includes gates, dams, underground infrastructure, and pumping stations is a priority for 30 years of service. We're also proposing $16.1 million in capital maintenance on various facility enhancements, replacements, and upgrades. We've talked about some of these for public safety and parks. This program will also include upgrades to Oliver Hill, Manchester Courts buildings, and maintenance while we plan on the new courthouse. Chiller replacement, access key control upgrades, drain pipe, and plumbing upgrades will also be included. Roof replacement for fire stations 15 and 18. Complete streets. We have $21 million to program for complete streets. When we talk about complete streets, we refer to the building and operating of streets that allow for safe and efficient shared use of right-of-way between drivers, bicyclists, transit riders, and pedestrians. Complete street improvements promote traffic calming measures, pedestrian crossing, sidewalks, ADA, streets, traffic control devices, and resurfacing and paving. Similar to last year, this $21 million contribution is made up of $16 million from GO bonds and $5 million in CVTA funding. This project was first approved in FY22 and consists of projects citywide. Note that in the years since we've increased funding for paving, the city's paving condition index, which is PCI, has increased from 35% of all city streets rated good or better in 2018 to 75% of the city streets rated good or better in 2025. Increasing multimodal transit. Building on the concept of complete streets and the goal of accommodating all forms of transportation, $11 million is programmed for the design and construction of the city's portion of the regional Fall Line Trail. Specifically in FY26, Fall Line Trail project will focus on design and construction of the trail along Richmond Highway, Commerce Road, and the Manchester Bridge. There is also $13.1 million in FY26 for improvements throughout the Hull Street corridor, including streetscaping, curb and gutter, sidewalk installation, bike lanes, street lighting, and the improvements will take place along Hull Street from Arizona Drive to Chippenham Parkway. And this will be done in 3 phases. There'll also be an installation of shared use path along the north side of Hull Street and along the west side of Belt Boulevard. So that was all general capital and funded mostly through GO bonds and general fund. Let's move on to what we call non-general funds in the CIP. These are mostly enterprise funds. These are water, wastewater, gas, stormwater, and it'll be projects that use the rates to support the improvements. The FY26 non-general fund CIP totals $369 million. As I said to you last Monday, non-general is funded by user fees, and the fees collected go towards the service provided as well as capital projects. In FY26, priority areas will address the city's sewer systems with $80.5 million to sanitary sewer upgrades and $77.5 million to combined sewer overflow upgrades. Over the 5-year period, it totals $1.3 billion for utility projects, repairs, and enhancements. Upgrading the city's sewer systems is not only a priority in 26, but the entire 5 years. The total of $343 million is proposed for sanitary sewer upgrades. Other priorities across the 5 years includes $206 million for stormwater facilities and $203 million for wastewater treatment upgrades. CSO, you've heard a lot about this. We have $199.6 million programmed in the 5-year CIP for design, engineering, and construction of CSO conveyance facilities on the north and south sides of the James River. Sanitary sewer projects have $443 million in the 5-year CIP to improve sewer systems, extensions, replacements, includes the Shaco Bottom drainage projects and the Battery Park drainage project. Since 2005, the program has taken a more proactive approach to rehabilitate sanitary sewers for an additional 50 to 100 years lifespan. Gas utility replacements totals $203 million in the 5-year CIP and will replace gas mains, services, meters, and regulators. This includes projects to renew or replace mains in conjunction with projects being done by other city agencies or the state. Water utility and pumping. Water distribution, transmission, and utility improvements total $267.8 million throughout the 5-year CIP. Projects include installing water mains to serve new customers and meter programs to improve existing mains and services. It will replace systems to maintain in compliance with water quality regulations. Wastewater treatment has over $52.9 million proposed in the 5-year CIP. The plant serves 64,000 customers in the city, Henrico, North Chesterfield, and Goochland counties. And the projects included in the CIP include upgrades to equipment and process control systems. These projects will improve operational processes of the wastewater treatment plant. Stormwater utility. Stormwater utilities have $206 million in the 5-year CIP to upgrade stormwater sewers and facilities, install stormwater extensions, and allow for emergency replacement. It will also rehabilitate or replace drainage structures, ditches, culverts throughout the city. So building a strong city and improving quality of life. In conclusion, the proposed FY26-2030 CIP will help us leverage federal, state, regional, and local funds for transportation projects, plan and execute needed capital maintenance projects, fund, complete, and new projects such as parks, multimodal transit, and safe streets to enhance the quality of life. In your packet is also reference slides that tie some of the projects back to the Richmond 300 plan. I will not go over those with you. They're there for your reference. And before you get into questions, I would like to bring up Scott Morris to talk about the $12 million in brick funding that you are all so curious about. Yeah.
Good afternoon. We gave an update this weekend advising that $12 million in brick funding was eliminated. To give you a background on this, that grant application was submitted early 2023. We had gone through the review process and we were tentatively selected for a grant award. Ultimately, we did not get that award and we were still in the information phase where we would transmit information back and forth. This project was phased to be a 3-phase project. going over the current year all the way up until fiscal year 27. So phase one, phase two, phase three. We had budgeted in our model for the total cost, and if we had gotten the award, that would offset those costs and the need for future rate increases.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. At this point, any discussion with our federal representatives?
So is my so my understanding is administration is in the process of discussing that with our federal representative to try to see if we can get that grant funding back.
I think I see Councilmember Trammell and then Vice President Jordan. Questions? Councilmember Trammell.
Scott, thank you, Madam President. Scott, you said that we had that 12 million in 2022.
We submitted the grant package earlier in that, and I think they were in the final tentative selection phase in 2023.
How come the money wasn't spent then?
They had not granted the award of the grant yet. So in this instance, where we go through the negotiation for the grant, they asked for additional information. We submitted that to them. They were still evaluating it, and we were not awarded the grant yet.
And so we just let it sit there? We didn't, I mean, it seems like that $12 million, we would have kept pushing and pushing until, you know, because like Delegate Frank Hall used to say, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Rest in peace.
Completely agree with you.
So it's kind of like we just dropped the ball or whatever. Kind of like this is not the first time something, but that's $12 million. And no fault of yours because you wasn't here, but
Yeah, not disputing that. They did move forward with the project. The totality of the project, and I have to pull up the numbers, it's well in excess of the 12 million. So I believe staff intended to go back and keep pinging them, but they thought that that money was going to be available for both phase 2 and phase 3, which was in construction during FY27. So in staff's defense, they thought they had a little bit more time to do the negotiation. Didn't realize that there'd be a clawback on the federal.
I'm going to leave it there because there's some other things that happened that I'm not happy about. That money that we lost the money like, but anyway, I'll discuss that with you later. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions for Mr. Morris at this time? Mr. Morris, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Would really appreciate being apprised, and I know Ms. Anderson, not sure if is working on interfacing with our federal representatives. So look forward to hearing any opportunities there.
As soon as we get
this
it,
body can certainly be supportive of.
we'll keep you updated and apprised as soon as we get more information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Joy Hogg, I want to say thank you for the presentation. I do want to make note, members, that the compilation here in terms of priorities and requests are those that were submitted in December 24. There are additional priorities and requests that were submitted, compiled last week actually, and submitted to the administration that we'll be hearing back from. So just to let you know. Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Trammell, council member?
Sabrina, if we don't get that $12 million, what do we do? Because this is very, that we've already had a water crisis in this city that affected everybody. What happens if we don't get that 12 million? I mean, can they put us off for a year, 2 years, whatever? And we do know that I should say me, okay, that there could still be a few problems that we need that money for. And if we don't get that money, where do we get it from?
So
it's not in here per se,
Yeah, so the 12 million, that project, I believe, is already factored into the rate structure because they were negotiating. I don't think we ever received that money to begin with, right? So it never came to us. We never signed the agreement because they were still in negotiations. So they've already, when we do our annual rate analysis, we factor in all of the projects that are needed for the next 5 to 10 years. So it's already accounted for in the rate structure. Well, and that was for the channels. It was to help with the channels that feed into the water treatment plant. So yes, it would have helped with some of the needs at the treatment plant, but I mean, at the end of the day, we may lose a lot more than 12 million come to find out.
But we knew back in 2012 that something was wrong with the water treatment plant, that it needed some funding to go in there for maintenance and all of that. 2012, this is 2025, and we don't know from one day to the next. I mean, you're on top of it now, but anything could happen beyond our control, per se.
Agreed. It's a 100-year-old plant. We're always going to have needs there.
Thank you.
Vice President Jordan.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And I just wanted to go into any creative thinking that your team may have on things that we could delay in order to meet more pressing immediate needs, especially in light of this $12 million. Like, are there any projects that are not actually shovel ready that maybe could be put into the next fiscal year?
Are you talking about for utilities or general obligation bond projects?
Anything.
Both.
Anyway, I think in particular, some people have asked about Mayo Island and meeting the match to Venture. If they haven't raised the money yet, could we draw that out a tiny bit?
So Mayo Island, if we do not do what we agreed to with the state, we have to pay them back $7.5 million. We've already purchased the island.
Right.
And we're looking to get an extension, but that hasn't happened yet. Doesn't look like it will. Regardless, the CIP is done over a 5-year period. So whether it happens in 26 or 27 doesn't matter. We look at it in a complete 5-year financing methodology. So Mayo Island, that's the problem. I don't have $7.5 million to give back. Browns Island, that would be up to the will of the council. It is an agreement with Venture Richmond that you would have to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Breton.
I was just going to ask more about Mayo Island. So I understand the total amount of work that needs to be done. I think you said a 36-month deadline. So if people are shifting things around for priorities this year versus next year, is Mayo Island the sort of place where you could push $3 million into the second year and still be all right?
So the demolition has to occur. What I'm saying is when we look at the CIP, we do the financing for 5 years. So it doesn't matter if you move it in 1 year or the other year.
Well, I mean,
it's our capacity and our affordability for 5 years. So I know they've got to do the demolition. They've got to get it under contract. So who's here from Parks? I will let the expert answer that one.
Good afternoon, Nisa Richardson, Deputy Director of the Capital Improvement Program for Parks. So I think the first thing I want to address is the 36-month timeline. That's from the start of the grant. We've had the grant for over a year, 2 years, I guess. So the grant actually has to be completed by October of 2026. We are in design phase. We actually have our UDC application draft that we are in the process of reviewing so we can submit it for the May presentation. I have a couple pages here that I printed out for you all so you can take a look at current status, the actual development plan, and what it's going to look like, a rendering of what it will look like when it's finished. So if I can pass that to you.
So what I'm also hearing is that the 2026 is the year to perform the work on Mayo Island because of the time limit.
That's correct. Yep.
I think that's all of my question for Mayo Island. Thanks.
Councilwoman Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a
a comment and question regarding the CIP, but also would like to just talk a little bit about process. But I wanted to, given the reality of the nonsensical decision that was made by the Trump administration to cancel a program because they claim that this is a political agenda of some type, this program, the FEMA program. And, I mean, I'm kind of curious about to ensure that people in the city of Richmond have drinkable water. And if that's a shameful, political agenda, so be it. But given that we're in this situation, the process of budgeting is always about prioritizing, and this seems to be an important priority, which is not currently budgeted for. So it seems critical that we figure out a way to fund it. And so in the discussion about the fund balance and the rainy day fund, which comes up quite a bit, as I was campaigning as an advocate, people talk about that a lot. And I want to suggest that and I don't think that this is done intentionally, but I heard the mention of like Wall Street, like how we please Wall Street, and I would like to encourage us to change our orientation of thought when it comes to this fund balance from what will be favorable to Wall Street to what will be favorable for Richmond residents, right? And I know that there's likely some overlap there, right? If Wall Street's not happy, things cost more, right? So I know that there is some impact to Richmond residents, but I think it's important for us to do the work to show exactly what that looks like. And so, I think it would be really helpful if the administration can take some time to show some scenarios. If we drop our rainy day fund by X, we get to do X, and this is the cost to do it. If we change our policy from a 50% savings to a 40% savings, what does that get us? And what is the trade-off for that? I just think we have to do that math, right? So we can really understand, how important is it to be as favorable as we want to Wall Street in this moment in time where we are losing $12 million for water facility investments and have to build a $300 million courthouse, And the other question that I have is about the funding that was used to build the diamond. This may, if you could just explain to me why, given that we're securing, general fund dollars with that, I mean, how does that factor into our commitments as a city? And I mean, I would assume that it does. Why is that not shown in the presentation in terms of one of the things that we've committed to?
We've committed to a lot, and a lot hasn't been shown here. But with the diamond, let me take that one first. And I do have our financial advisor, David Rose, with us from Davenport. They were integral to putting that deal together and the financing for it. The Diamond District has the revenue associated with it. So when you can show revenue associated with a general obligation expenditure, it sort of cancels it out. Rating agencies will still count it, but we're still within our limits because we have the revenue associated with it. Okay, and we can go into Diamond a little bit more if you like, but with the rating agencies, our reserves are very minimal. Fitch indicated when they gave us a AAA that we are at the bottom of the reserve amount that they look for, but we still got a AAA because we get notched up. losing a credit rating or being downgraded is a reputational risk. When we go to the bond market, there are investors that buy our bonds because they believe in the credit rating of the city. When we say we're backing the GO bonds with the full faith and credit, they expect us to make sure that our finances and our investment house is in order. You don't want to downgrade. It is a reputational risk that it is going to be extremely hard to survive. But it's not just that, right? You want to have a rainy day or a downturn fund because we have another pandemic on our hands. You want to build up that reserve for our city to withstand stresses and shocks. You know, there were cities in the nation that didn't do budget reductions because they went into their reserves during the pandemic. Some of them were still able to give salary increases. Some kind of depleted their reserves and they had to shut down things. So you always want to have a healthy fund balance because there will be crises that come up and the city needs to be able to react. We never thought we were going to be in the COVID space, but we were. We could have a major catastrophe occur downtown and we're going to need funds for that. You don't want to deplete the reserves. In fact, even in 27, when we are facing our same revenue amount, I would say I would not recommend going into the reserves for that.
I don't know that maybe did not make sense. So I've not made any suggestion that we use the funds that are in our rainy day fund right now. What I'm saying is if we were to change the policy, if we were to reduce the amount that we're putting into rainy day funds moving forward, what does that look like? Now, you mentioned our reputation. And so I guess what I was trying to emphasize in my initial point, right, was that I'm less interested in our reputation when we have critical needs that need to be addressed, right? And so, and I think how it appears to constituents, right, is that maintaining this rating is very appealing for the resumes of elected leaders and perhaps leadership in City Hall. We haven't yet explained and shown that the reputation helps residents. And that's the exercise that I'm asking you to consider.
Sure.
Is in numbers, from a quantitative standpoint, what happens if we go down a notch? What does that cost us? And what does that get us in real terms? And, you know, I would also encourage us, like, as we're thinking about the need for rainy day, frankly, the pandemic is not a great example because taxes and revenue went up, you know? So city residents are paying more and more, and we have limitations. We understand there are those limitations, but we have to make the case given the level of needs that we have.
Sure. So our surplus, our target goal is 20%. We are $30 million shy of reaching that 20%. You want us to take it back down. You want to know how much it would cost. What's the scenario?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to see the various scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joy Hogg. And to the extent, I know we have another work session coming up, if that could be provided, or in one of our committees, if that's, I suspect the work session will be sooner than the committee meeting, so would appreciate that. Other questions? Councilmember Robertson?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you do that. You had another question on the water treatment plant. Do you want me to answer that?
I have other questions. I have a number of other questions. I have questions about the people's budget. I have questions about our process just in terms of, structuring our time as we continue to work on the budget. And so I'm open to, I can ask those questions now, or you can circle back.
It was just, you mentioned the water treatment plant and 12 million. I can bring Scott back up to answer that. It's up to you.
We can get that answer now, and then we'll have to circle back on the remainder because we have a Wednesday coming, but we definitely will need to circle back.
Thank you. Now, just to make sure I'm answering it correctly, would you just repeat it real quick, what you were very wanting me to pointedly answer to?
I think that I'm not sure what the additional question, I think I made a point, which is that this seems like a mandatory thing that happened, and how is the plan? I think we need to consider what is the plan to compensate, given that we've lost the funds. I'm not sure.
Yes, to answer that question, so we had incorporated into the rate model not having the funds yet. So if we were to go back and we're able to get those funds, that $12 million would be repurposed to reduce the rate increase we would need in subsequent years. So you're looking at like a $12 million project over a 5-year period of time that would roughly equate, from just a financing perspective, like a 1% rate increase issue. So just in general speaking, obviously we'd have to see where it falls within that 5 year span to see where that actual increase would be, but it would offset the future costs if we were to get that back.
Thank you.
Okay. I think I see here Councilmember Abubakar. Do you have a question for Ms. Joy Hall?
It's probably not for Ms. Joy Hogg. It's probably for Mr. Morris, because it's related to DPU revenue. And I just want to make sure I understand this. I know we got over the weekend, we got the requested DPU revenue and rate increases for the last 10 years. And so I was looking at those revenue numbers, and it looks to me like when I try to match up like water revenue in FY 24 is 84.4 or 85.4 million, but then what we actually spent was 112 million. That seems to be kind of consistent across the board for each of those sort of verticals of gas, stormwater, wastewater. So my question is, how do we make up for those? It seems like we are spending more every year than what we are actually collecting in revenue. So one, am I reading that correctly?
I'd have to go back and look at the numbers explicitly, but I would say generally no, because right now I'm looking at our cash reserves, and Billy, you want to come up and speak too. We're consistently maintaining those cash reserves. So in this instance, you may have different projects that hit in different time periods, and when projects get delayed over multiple years, a lot of our projects are 3 to 5 year projects, where it may take us multiple years to utilize all the funds. So you're encumbering the authority to spend the money and the revenues.
Mr. Morris, please speak in the microphone.
I'm sorry. So you're getting authorization to spend for the projects, for the CIP.
Sure.
And then you're collecting the revenue in advance of that spend plan. And if a project is delayed multiple years or pushed back 6 months to 9 months, that goes into those needs to spend. So you may have an instance where you have revenues coming in when you didn't have the previous expense. But in regards to the cash on hands, which is kind of where your balance is, to show you if your net in it meets your net out per se, I believe we're maintaining that. Billy, you want to speak to that? Sure.
One other thing I'll talk about is specifically on that sheet, if you're looking at like the gas utility, those revenues exclude gas costs because that's a straight pass through. So obviously, if you look at the expenditures in the budget report and the financial statements, it'll include gas costs, but we just took them out for that analysis to make it a little bit clearer.
What about for like water? Because that seems like a significant difference between 85 and 112, and that doesn't seem like that would entirely be accounted for.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at it. The expenses of the water utility all the other utilities all utilities are self-supported. So we'll have to look at those numbers just to make sure and what number you're comparing those revenue numbers to. But when you look at our income statement, all utilities make a small accounting profit. Built into that accounting profit is an expense line for depreciation, which is a non-cash base expense. So that kind of goes away anyway. We use that to fund the capital program. So, I think we would need to look at specifically what number you're looking at to make sure that we're all talking apples and apples here, because all the utilities have revenues sufficient to cover their cash outflows.
Okay, so for the record, it's section 4-161 in the budget book. And I'm looking at enterprise fund program budgets for FY24 actual. And then I was comparing it to the 10-year water history of DPU revenue and rate increases that was provided over the weekend to council, and also the 10-year stormwater history of DPU revenue and rate increases. The one for stormwater is negligible. It's $3 million difference. So I could see how that, to what Mr. Morris was talking about, makes sense. But the big jump for me was in water. And while we're talking about the necessity of capital investment in our water plants, that seems significant to me.
But I believe these numbers here also include the capital contributions. So the revenues, some of the capital contributions are paid for with debt, which do not flow into as revenue into the utilities.
Can we confirm that?
Yeah, we will.
Okay, thank you.
And sir, can I please get you to state your name for the record, please?
Billy Vaughn, Deputy Director of Finance in DPU.
Councilmember Robertson?
Yeah. Thank you. There is a tab in here in the budget. I'm trying to relocate it again, which speaks to a lot of active projects. And it refers to funding that I want to have a better explanation of what those categories mean. So you have appropriations that were in the previous year, this year, and then you have a category that speaks to previous years. Several of those items in the active project have, it appears to me that there's not been any expenditures on them.
So is there a specific project, or you just want to know the columns and what they mean?
I'm speaking to the report that is in regards to the active projects. And there are several.
Yes.
That have dollar amounts that, for example, DSS with the plaza. The budget that is there shows no expenditures. My understanding is that we plan to move out of that location. So I'm trying to understand those fundings that are in those line items and whether or not those projects are active and will continue to proceed to be active at that dollar amount, or whether they are potential funds that can be reappropriated.
They would probably be on a case-by-case basis, but right now, these are all of our current active. We do go through the exercise annually to look at any prior active project that we could possibly use for repurposing. But as of now, these are all the ones that we still plan to move forward. Again, this is a multi-year fund. The funds don't drop to the bottom of the line at the end of the year. And so there's a lot of timing differences between when we appropriate money and when the actual money gets spent. I think you've all heard like plenty of times from Public Works Director Bobby Vincent that money that we appropriated in 24 is what we're spending now for paving and things of that nature. So it is a timing difference on some of these items. But we'd probably have to address them on a case-by-case basis if you have a specific question about one.
So let me ask that again. If I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that the active projects continue to be funded in the budget. At some point, we will decide whether or not that funding is needed to be there. And I'm just using one of them because there's several that appears to be where you have prior year availability, which suggests to me that the appropriation that we did in this current budget, plus appropriation that were available prior to, seems like if we're looking for money to try to do other projects, how can I discern which one of these projects need the monies, need all of the funds that are shown here? And which ones of those are projects like DSS that I make the assumption that most likely we're not going to spend multiple $1 million on this building if we're relocating.
So at the beginning of the budget process and beginning of the CIP development, budget works with each department to go through all active projects to make sure that they are going to be completed. If there are cost overruns or if there's going to be money left over, they capture that upfront. So that's why I said in my presentation, some of it includes reappropriated dollars already because some projects may have closed out below what was appropriated. And just because a project is continued in the prior authorization, some of these projects take a long time to get finished because they have to go for design, they have to go for bid, and then they have to have the money appropriated before they can sign the contract. So if there are particular, as Megan said, if there are particular projects you have questions of, we'll be happy to go into those. But generally, like I said, in the beginning of the process, that is one of the first things that we do is go through all of the projects to see where they are.
I understand what you're saying as far as going through all of the projects, but if I'm looking at what I'm confused about, and I'm more than happy to sit down and go through, because there's several of these projects that are here that I'm questioning whether or not the funding is still needed at the level that is indicated in this book. And I'm not hearing from you that what is here, for example, I know construction, I know it takes a long time. Lee Street, for example, we've got $6.6 million. It's the total project cost. We have a prior year appropriation of 6.6, and then we have prior year availability. What does that mean? What does prior year availability mean? Because that suggests to me that the
Prior year availability,
appropriation, nothing has been spent yet.
right? And this is also taken at a snapshot in time. So this was as of December 31st, 2024, as far as the actuals. But again, we'd be more than happy to answer any question on an individual project basis if you have one. I just don't have all the specific details with me today on every single active project and where it stands. But is there?
I'm sorry, I think there's something wrong with the mic. Is the
Okay,
mic
thank
on?
you. All right, so the projects in the active stage, section 8 starts with page 111 and goes through pages 24, okay? And on each page, there's probably about 15 different projects. 8 to 10. And many of them shows an appropriation. Some of them shows prior year availability, but many of them suggest that no money has been spent yet. And so I'm trying to determine whether or not it is fully funded, still need to be funded, or whether or not it is a project that's not going to move forward. I bring up DSS because Marshall Plaza, we have $3.7 million, $3.7 million, prior year's 3.4. I don't know what's happening with that building, but I do know that we're thinking about relocation of those departments. And so I don't think that we can go through each one of them in detail, but I would ask for a detailed explanation so that we can know whether or not there's capital availability there. Respectfully understood that some things take forever to get done, but I think when we do our capital improvement budget, we do it for a 5-year period of time. And if that 5-year period of time has passed, then surely we should know whether or not, if it hasn't started, is it going to start? When it's going to start? It shouldn't be in the 5-year budget if it's not action that's going to happen within that 5-year period of time. So I just need more detailed report, and I don't expect to get all of those answers right now, but it would be helpful to be able to get that from you. Thank you.
So I won't give you the detailed answers because I don't have them, but there is that CIP dashboard that I explained that's on the website. All the active projects are contained on that if you get curious tonight before you get our answer.
We have a few weeks to do what it's taken you months. I have one staff person. Right now, I don't have that. I don't have time to go through a dashboard and try to figure out, because the reports, the budget that we have indicate funding in one place, it indicates funding in a different place. And so it's complicated to trace everything clearly. And so these work sessions are for that purpose of helping us to be able to clearly, for you to clearly share with us the volume of work that you have done. And that's the kind of leadership that I need in order to make a decision about these things. Otherwise, I can put in amendments to this, and you'll come back and tell me that money is not available very easily then. And so I'm asking you to kind of help me see it now. Thank you.
Ms. Joy Hogg, if we could get the specificity that council members asking on those projects, would be appreciated.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Trammell.
Thank you, Madam President. Sabrina, I meant to ask you earlier, because I'm looking at this, which says fleet statistics. It says, I was going to ask you, how many police cars do we have? How many new police cars? Can y'all hear me? Because there's people are saying they can't hear us. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just, what page do you know?
I'm on page 19. How many new police cars?
16. Sorry, we're trying to find the detail. I thought it was in my notes.
I couldn't find it in here.
I know it's in the transmittal letter. I do know that.
Then
I think it's 16, but let us get you the answer.
How many?
16.
60.
16 for police.
You said 660.
16.
16. Oh, okay. They have to go to the radio.
Yes, they confirmed 16.
They have to go to the radio shop first, though, right? When
They have to get outfitted, correct?
They have to go to the radio shop to get the radios put into vehicles, and then they're going to go, they'll be assigned to the police office, because that was brought up at my meeting Thursday night. The police officers will be able to have a take-home car.
It depends on what the police chief will do. I mean, we turn over the cars to the police chief and the department, and they make those decisions.
So in other words, it would go by, all right, because I know it was brought up, and I think the chief did bring it up, that people were asking, why are the city cars in Chesterfield? Maybe because they have a take-home car, because it could be a supervisor, because if there's a shooting or something like that, the supervisor will be on call to go out there to the crime scene or something like that.
Quite possible.
Okay, but does it go, I don't know, I see the union, I see some officers from the union is here, but I didn't know if it was, if they're going to be assigned to patrol officers, does it go by seniority? Does it go by lieutenant, sergeant,
I don't know.
captain?
I'd have to get you that answer from the department. I don't know how they assign them.
You get that for me?
Sure.
All right, thank you, thank you.
So she's asking how will the 16 be distributed, right? How will the 16 vehicles for police be given out? How many take-home vehicles there are right now?
He's sick of, it's not you, Pam.
So we'll get you how the 16 vehicles will be assigned, and then I think you want to know how many take-home vehicles there are currently.
Yes, and how many officers right now have a take-home car in the city, in Chesterfield? I have been seeing Chesterfield police officers living in the 8th District too, which is a good thing, you know, but people are asking why. Because they have a right to live in a city if they choose to live in our city.
Yes, and I know we have a policy, certain radius. I will get that for you too. And it could be that they're on call as well.
Be like have far or they can go.
Within a radius, yes. But let me get the details before I misspeak.
Yeah, because I heard that the other police chief that was here before, Chief Rick Edward, he was taking a vehicle all the way to North Carolina. Police vehicle, but we'll find out.
Yeah,
thank you.
Ms. Joy Hogg, if you would would
Yes.
please provide those responses, we'd appreciate it. Councilmember Abubakar.
My question, it was a follow-up from Councilmember Trammell's, but just I know how important in terms of recruitment that take-home vehicle is. So it would be good to know like how far we are off on that mark and getting everybody a take-home vehicle that's eligible for a take-home vehicle and what that capital outlay would look like.
Yeah, we're probably far away from it, is my guess. But we'll get that for you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jordan.
Yes, thank you so much. Since we haven't had the opportunity to have the gas utility enterprise fund discussion yet, I just wanted in this venue to ask Director Morris how the 15-year ROI has been established for new line connections. And appreciate that you and your team were at the Public Utilities Commission. I understand you dove into this topic in general, but I just worry that 15 years is a long horizon and we're not charging enough for new connections to actually pay for this infrastructure. Thanks.
Sure. So going over how that calculation is done, they look at the cost to install the line, and then they look at a 15-year time frame for the commodity to be paid back to the utility with an assumed, I think, 8% return rate. And if that meets that requirement, then you go forward and do the installation, and you get that payback over a 15-year time period. Now, if it does not meet that assessment, the developer has to pay the difference of the two. And then obviously I have to go back and review last several years to see if that payback has matriculated, but I can give that number once I get back into the office for you.
Thank you. I think that would be helpful. And I just, as more people are switching to electric appliances, I'm just nervous about continuing to use such a long window. Thank you.
Understand.
Councilmember Robertson.
Yes, just one follow-up question in regards to the safe, complete streets. I'm just looking at this. It seems like 16 million is city geo bonds and 5 is CVTA.
Correct.
Have you all made a mapping decision as to where those projects are actually going to be done?
Good afternoon, everyone. Bobby Vincent, Director of Public Works. Yes, so the dollars and the way that we go about prioritizing those projects, most of that money is for paving. So roughly 15 to 16 million of it is paving directly, not just the 5 minutes that comes over, not just the 5 million that comes over from CVTA. In addition to that, and I have it broken down for you, how we break those dollars down each year.
So you said the 16 is for paving?
Yes, ma'am. So we're doing roughly 16 million a year in paving. We're also installing speed tables. So we have approximately 1.5 million that we wind up setting aside for traffic calming projects. We have about another 3 million that we set aside for cost overruns or major CIP projects that we receive dollars from the feds and or the state. So for instance, let's say Jank Road costs $20 million was our engineering estimate. By the time it actually makes it out to bid, we received the 20 million from the federal government to do the work. But when we put it out for bid, the actual project comes in at 22.5. That $2.5 million has to come from our coffers, so it comes from complete streets. And the rest of the funding goes towards sidewalks.
Okay, so Mr. Benson, out of this budget, it mentioned things like the sidewalks and so forth, but you're saying of the 16 million, for the most part, the majority of that is paving.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do we call it complete streets instead of?
Because we've been doing more than paving over the
Look at the
years.
photograph here, it tells me you've got pedestrian, you've got lights, you've got multi-transit, you've got cars, but in reality, it's paving.
In reality, we've been doing all of that underneath paving, with the exception of the streetlights. So we've been installing bike lanes with the complete streets with our paving projects. In addition to that, we've also been doing some curb and gutter work, and we've also been doing sidewalks as a separate item within the complete streets budget. So that's why we categorize it as being complete streets.
And you're still using the same grade system that you have done successfully over the past years to upgrade the overall quality of our
Yes, ma'am.
streets. Thank you.
More than welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Councilmember Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to talk a little bit about the people's budget and process in general. So for transparency,
Councilmember Gibson, can you hold 1 second to see if Mr. Breton, did you have something else for Ms. Joy Hogg? Ms. Joy Hogg or Mr. Benson?
Yeah, I do have a few questions, so I guess I'll go first, I guess. Appreciate it, thank you.
So Councilmember Gibson, can we close that out and then come back to PB?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I noticed I believe it was, on the pie chart of today's CIP, 10% of the CIP is investment opportunities. Can you clarify what type of projects that means?
What page?
21.
Affordable housing, park improvements.
Okay. I also noticed in the main budget document, section 814, there's like a row about where the funding comes from, and pay as you go is one of the slots. And it looks like 2026 is much larger than most years. Like usually it's 60 million. This year it's 140 million. Can you explain why 2026 would be a year with a large pay as you go fragment?
Transportation projects is my guess in CVTA. Bobby. And utility, are you in all funds or?
Yeah, I think it's across the board in section 8.
814.
This is in the all funds section of the capital improvement program. 2026, this is a very low go portion compared to other years, and I'm wondering if there's a reason that 2026 has so many. It's particularly in non-general funds, possibly.
Yeah, there's no general rationale behind FY26 being that threshold. Typically, the way this would go is we would maintain debt to cash ratio somewhere between 40 and 60, somewhere in that ballpark. So we'll dip into our cash reserves or the pay as you go concept when we feel it's appropriate. But trying to maintain our sound financial policy, we don't dip too far into that. So FY26 just aligned with that. There's no particular reason why that is an outlier.
I suppose it's just like the way you're rolling over your debt, like sometimes it just ebbs and flows and you just happen to be in a year where we need more cash.
That is correct.
Okay.
Council- Oh,
Yeah, that's good for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Gibson.
Thank you. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the people's budget. And for transparency, I've submitted an amendment to fund it. And I did that because what I believe are promises that we've made to the community. I understand in 2019, so before my time, it was a unanimous vote by resolution to adopt $3 million for participatory budgeting. And in 2021, I believe that it was also a unanimous vote in support by this body to establish the people's budget. As I understand, I think we've gotten like almost 2,000 ideas, and I've heard like 4,000 people have voted on the people's budget. So there's widespread support and investment and engagement. So it worked. So I've put in an amendment to fund that. And to be frank, I'm flexible in how it gets funded. I did put ideas on the table. And so I guess I'm new. I'm trying to understand, this process overall. But I don't completely understand because it's like we were told that the deadline to submit our amendments was April 9th, which, to be frank, was not enough time to do that, given there are several of us that are new, and just the size of the budget and the importance of the decisions that we are making in this process. It just was not enough time. And so my expectation was that these work sessions, we would be talking about that. And so the fact that I've made this $3 million amendment, I know it. I've talked to a few colleagues that know it, but the public doesn't know it. And so I guess I'm wondering, at what point do we publish the amendments that the body has submitted by the requested deadline? And I asked that 2 hours before what I believe to be the only public hearing for the budget. I've encouraged my constituents to come, both in my newsletter, and we had a huge meeting talking about the Fall Line Trail in the district last week. But I realizing that I don't know what this public hearing is essentially going to be about, because none of the public knows what the amendments are that are on the table, and I don't know them myself. And so I'm just trying to understand how we're able to effectively make decisions and do right by the residents in terms of really looking at this budget, and making decisions on how we adopt it without knowing the amendments that my fellow council members have submitted. And now we are, the second meeting in, so we now have 2 more work sessions. And we haven't seen the, so we haven't, these, I guess what I'm saying is that these don't feel like work sessions. These feel like meetings that we should have had before the deadline to submit the amendments. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, how residents are supposed to really be able to engage in this process. And it seems somewhat poignant given that they have engaged in this people's budget and it hasn't been funded?
I'll start with the first part first. So first, certainly the community will speak to the mayor's proposed budget. Second, the community has, to the best of my knowledge, these are amendments. These are amendments that were submitted by council members in December. What you're referencing are the amendments that were submitted and compiled from last week. And whether or not and when the community would have opportunity to see those and to be able to have opportunity to speak to those, correct?
Thank you. So I'm confused. So there was a document that was uploaded with old amendments, or these are old priorities?
These are council priorities. The proposed amendments were submitted in December.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there were some amendments submitted in December, and then we were told we had to submit amendments
Then there were
by
additional-
April 9th.
That's correct.
But those the public has not seen.
Right. So these amendments were submitted in December. Then, of course, we received the mayor's proposed budget. And there was an opportunity, I believe the administration met with just about every member and indicated where those amendments fell or didn't in the proposed budget for this set. And I believe the administration met with all members. Is that correct?
So most members, with the exception of Ms. Robertson and Ms. Gibson.
Okay.
We've met with
Okay.
everyone else.
So this document, the administration, as I said, members submitted December after we received, and so then pursuant to us receiving the mayor's proposed budget, then there were the set of meetings with members to let us know where our amendments fell. I mean, people's budget, several of us included requests for those that are in this document. What you're asking about now are the ones that we submitted last week and were compiled and have now gone to the administration. And have gone to the administration, which we will need to get feedback on. And then to your point, when will we have opportunity for those to be uploaded, whatever the status is of those upon review, uploaded so that the community can have opportunity to come and provide feedback, if I'm understanding you correctly.
I'm still not understanding. I guess what I'm looking for now is perhaps I'm hoping that there is a shared agreement here that the process and calendar as it's now outlined doesn't work. Because there isn't I think it simply doesn't make sense that we are providing the public an opportunity, a public hearing, and the purpose of the public hearing is to allow the public to weigh in on making changes that this body can make. And the only changes that are going to be possible are those which were submitted as amendments by this body last week. And the public does not have visibility to those, nor do I, right? And I bring that up because when I look at the schedule and I see work session, my expectation was that we would be using this time to review and be discussing and voting on the amendments that that have been submitted.
Sure. But again, but before, Matthew's going to give some comment, but before, again, I want to be clear that the amendments that we submitted, consistent with council's priorities in December, are in fact those that have been reviewed by the administration, uploaded, and that the community will be able to speak to, which were generated from our conversations throughout the community. So it wasn't just that, we came up with amendments, this batch of them.
But for clarity, I mean, I was sworn in on January 2nd.
I understand, but we had submit, what was the deadline for? It was early December.
Yes, Matthew Slatts, interim chief of staff. So just to try to clarify, hopefully, and I think there's a lot of agreement that the process has been very constrained and needs more time. So we collected priorities, broad priorities from council members at the end of last year. And I know we followed up specifically because we were concerned, especially with the new council members, that they would have an opportunity to include things into those. We shared those with you all, and we're able to hopefully get some feedback. I mean, again, understanding that everybody's very new to this process. And then the subsequent meetings with the mayor and the budget office and the finance teams and whatnot took place in January and February. Continuing to kind of review those priorities, making sure they were still relevant. Some changed. So there are new priorities emerged with the water crisis, and so that kept taking place. And then the thinking was that when the mayor's budget was presented, it gave you an opportunity to kind of look at those priorities in relationship to the budget that the mayor presented. And what we've been doing in the last 2 weeks is trying to kind of further hone down those priorities into something a little more tangible that then becomes the amendments, which again, you all submitted last week, which was not enough time. And we will be presenting those on to the public on Wednesday during the work session on Wednesday. And we've shared them with the administration to make sure we can start doing some crosswalk of those amendments. And we will be sharing those with you all as of today. So they should be actually in your inbox already. So hopefully that, and then on Monday, we'll have another work session, which will have further conversation amongst council members to dive into those amendments.
So, Ms. Gibson, I do want to come back to you because I agree we need to refine the process for next. This is not what we're going to look for in terms of, I absolutely concur. Where we are in this moment, though, I think we'll have to proceed, but still doing due diligence to make sure the community has the opportunity to see the amendments and to speak to them, as well as hearing back from the administration in terms of what's included, especially as we go to PB just for a moment. I'm anxious to hear what's already included because I put in an amendment there as well as other members relative to that item. But to your point, the items that we just compiled, submitted, went to the administration, we're going to, on Wednesday. Okay. I'm just getting confirmation that that's in the queue there on Wednesday. Have opportunity for public comment. Then again on the 21st. Okay. according to the schedule. It's present. I get it.
Yeah, I'm glad we're on the same page. And since
we are.
I'm focused on solutions, I wanted to make a couple requests
Yeah.
to this end of ensuring that we have, a true public engagement on this process. My asks are this. One, now that I understand that the amendments are going to the administration, I did not have that understanding before. And I believe in transparency, right? And so my ask is that the team immediately publish the unfiltered documents. They were submitted via form, so that the public can see the amendments in their unadulterated form prior to the next, this meeting. I think it should be uploaded to the Legistar so that people can see. And if there's another version where they're combined or refined, that's fine too. But I do think it's important for the public to have access. Our team put a lot of time into those. I know many others did as well. And so I just think it's important to see. So that's one request.
I'm just confirmed that we just logistically could go on and do that, and that's in that format. So I don't see a reason that we can't.
Wonderful.
It may take some more work to names in all those categories, but other than that.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And then the other request that I have is that we schedule another public hearing prior to the adoption of the budget. And this could be at the next formal meeting. But to me, the ability for the public hearing that's scheduled tonight to do the intended purpose, which is to inform council what the community thinks about the amendments that we've submitted, that needs to happen at such a time when the public has access to those amendments.
Yeah, I was looking at the calendar, and so the 28th is when we would be making some decisions. So I was trying to see a date in between, like the 21st. We already have a budget work session scheduled, and seeing if we can't work around making that public hearing opportunity there.
Wonderful.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Breton?
Well, on the subject of the amendments and the priorities, I was going to, I guess, clarify my understanding about the documents we have. So, and the timeline and the process. So, as I understand it, we had an internally imposed deadline of the 9th, which is not related to any charter limits of amendments or any sort of actual timelines for the legal process. It was an internal, request in order to organize ourselves, that if we get everything in by the 9th, we can get everything organized so that we can facilitate a process. Just to confirm my understanding, that's what that deadline was. On top of that, those amendments in the form that they're in are, not in their final form. They are suggestions, they are questions, they are submissions to feed the conversation, not necessarily always even fully endorsed by the people putting them through, because they're often in the form of a question. Can I do this? Could we do that? So in case anybody is publishing them, so people understand what they're looking at, these are a conversation starter. And not the same as a formal amendment. In fact, I would even like to know, so people have even heard, they said, oh, the deadline was the 9th. I have to tell you my feedback before the 9th. And I want people to understand, in terms of the legal process, when is actually the deadline for an amendment, right? In order for it to be voted on, seen by the public, and actually in our final budget deadline. So I think people should understand, and we need to understand, the real deadline for amendments versus, this process that we impose on ourselves to try to get ourselves organized.
Happy to answer that. So the one of our drop dead deadline, our pencils down deadline, as we've been talking about, is the 21st, the end of the day on the 21st, because we need to get those amendments to the city attorney's office so they can do the drafting, and they need time to do that drafting so that then we can have a 2-week space for feedback. They can be published publicly after that, and then puts us on the May 12th date of adoption. So hopefully that answers your question.
I guess on that subject then, I mean, that would be a timeline where if people come and see those and the wording of those, and then they come and recommend amendments to the amendments, are we too late for amendments to the amendments at that point?
Then,
okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Thank you, Councilman Breton. Are there other questions? Okay. So just for clarification, in terms of path forward, we will have a work session on Wednesday. The administration is in receipt of the amendments that were due on the 9th, and so look forward to getting feedback regarding those. We will, on the 21st, aim for that opportunity for public hearing. On 28th, last council session for us for this month, and hopefully we'll get to closure in terms of the budget items. The budget period, hopefully. Ms. Joy Hogg, you look like you're anxious to say something.
Yes, the council amendments we just received today at 12:30. They will take some time to go through. What is the priority? Because imagining you want some feedback back by Wednesday.
Yes, ideally.
So we will, is there a priority listing of questions versus amendment responses?
I think the amendment responses certainly want answers to questions, but the amendment responses.
We'll try to get you everything, but there's only so many hours in a day.
Okay. And certainly our deadline must adopt a budget, as you know, May 15th for schools, May 31st for the rest of local government. With that, if there are no other questions at this time, this work session stands adjourned. Thank you, everyone.